What about Cheerio crumbs? I mean, I can only do so much.
Well, that's okay.
You have a
can
child.
cheese it stuffed in the back.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the Cheerio crumbs aren't going to attract a lot, but
I mean, sometimes I leave like a coffee cup in there, and I'm like, oh, let me throw that away or bring it in the house. That's
all right, real quick, we do have something that Jess wants to mention.
Yes,
yeah.
We officially had the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Tropical Storm Arthur has just formed in the Gulf. It won't be an issue though for us in Florida.
That's good news.
Yes.
Sorry about Texas.
we'll be back tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. A couple things we are tracking today, getting ready to hear from President Trump shortly, speaking at the G7 summit in France. We are also going to hear from Blaise Ngolia, who is speaking in St. Cloud, talking about government spending in Osceola County. But we are tracking breaking news this morning, our first tropical storm of the season. So I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joining me live now. And Brooks, you and I were chatting just a little bit ago, right. and things have obviously changed just in the past little bit, where now this has formed.
Yeah, there was a low pressure system over coastal Texas, Garrett, and it actually, as of the 5 a.m. advisory, it was not a tropical depression, not a tropical storm, and showed very little promise of becoming one because the storms were located 140 miles east of the center, and they still are. And that alone, there's something called a Dvorak classification, made it so it wasn't classified as a tropical system. They couldn't because of that rule. Also, it's basically over land, and it's being sheared apart with a westerly wind shear and dry air. So everything's going against it. But for the 11 a.m. advisory, they're calling it Tropical Storm Arthur now. They've upgraded it. Winds at 40 miles an hour officially. There is an observation post on Galveston that is reporting wind gusts to 46, sustained winds at 30 miles per hour. So tropical storm force winds begin at 39. Sometimes they'll average it and kind of finesse it to make it work as far as whatever fits the general impacts. Regardless of its classification, heavy rain and flooding is the main impact from the system. It always has been. It always will be. The legacy of Arthur will be that of heavy rain, up to 5, maybe 12 inches of rain across the south over the next several days. It's going to be a very short-lived tropical storm, likely becoming downgraded to a tropical depression by this evening, by 8 p.m. And then from there, just a remnant low heading into Louisiana. But right now, it's located essentially over San Jose Island, northeast of Corpus Christi, heading toward Matagorda Bay. So, yeah, Tropical Storm Arthur. So let's get the details on it. Dry air to the west is in wind shears, keeping it on the weaker side. Those thunderstorms are not co-located with the center. In fact, they're displaced by over 100 miles to the east. That alone, according to the 5 a.m. advisories I mentioned, would classify it not as a tropical system, but here we are. So, yeah, tropical meteorology is its own science and discipline. But here, let's talk about the impacts, because this is without dispute. We've got flood watches in effect region-wide across the Gulf Coast, as well as flash flood warnings now affecting the Houston area. And they've had several inches of rain. Here's a live view from Hobby Airport. If you have any flights into Houston Hobby, there could be delays or cancellations. Of course, check ahead with that. Otherwise, we're going to see the flooding rain moving into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia as we head into the weekend with anywhere from 4 to 12 inches possible. Florida will be missing the heart of this, the heaviest rain moving into Louisiana tomorrow and then into Alabama in Georgia by Friday before all of this moves out by Saturday. Impacts here might include a slight enhancement to the intensity of our typical afternoon storms this weekend, but other than that, hard to trace it directly to Arthur. But here's a look at the rainfall totals. The European model and the consensus, generally speaking, is there will be a stripe of between 8 and 10 inches of rain, some higher amounts possible. The other big weather story here in the Orlando region and in Central Florida is the heat. Today's a Fox 35 Storm Team alert day for the heat. High temperatures yesterday reached 98 degrees officially at MCO at the airport. 99 was achieved. There's a brief observation of 99 degrees about 5 minutes before 3 p.m., but they've determined 98 was the high. By the way, the record high yesterday is 99, so back in 1921. So arguably we kind of tied that. And but anyway, that's an aside. 106 is how it'll feel this afternoon with the heat index. So it's going to be dangerously hot. It goes from uncomfortably hot when you're around 90, that's our typical high, to now that we're in the mid and upper 90s, that's considered dangerously hot. There's a threshold there where you cross kind of a Rubicon from discomfort to actually physical danger if you're not listening to your body and taking precautions. It'll be 98 in Titusville today, and with the heat index, it'll feel like about 108 degrees, maybe even warmer there. There could be a couple of isolated strong to maybe severe storms as well coming in from the southwest, beginning between 3 and 5 p.m., but the highest chance chance for rain in Orlando will be actually during the time of the evening commute between about 5 and 7 p.m. This stuff will then transition eastward to Brevard County through dinner time, and a couple of gusty thunderstorms are possible. In the 7-day forecast, we are looking at high temperatures that will remain in the 90s through and through. The next 3 days are Fox 35 storm team alerts for almost identical weather. Southwest flow, super hot, high heat index level, and that's resulting in these advisories. Father's Day weekend is Sunday. That's also the first day of summer officially, Father's Day. And we're looking at a likely chance for rain then as well. So, Garrett, we're going to continue tracking Arthur. Again, no direct threat to Florida, but the National Hurricane Center has decided to upgrade this low pressure system. But as mentioned before, regardless of designation or classification, the impacts remain the same. Just a big heavy rain flood event for the south.
Still, like we talked about yesterday, abnormal to see it do so over land like that.
Very, very much so. You need water, warm water, for a tropical system to form. This arguably is just over land, so it's half of it's over water, but maybe it's enough half to juice it up and have it become a tropical storm.
Interesting. All right,
Yeah,
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
I want to get you live now to St. Cloud, where we are hearing from State CFO Blaise Ngoglia talking about government spending. And let's go ahead and listen in live.
Is a big issue, and property taxes are a big part of affordability. The fact of the matter is Osceola County is just like all of the other governments that we have reviewed. They are taking your hard-earned tax dollars and they're spending it like drunken sailors, and Osceola County is drowning in waste just like so many other jurisdictions across the state of Florida. And here's the deal. When government spends needlessly, and when it continues to tax and continues to grow, it creates more problems for our families, our businesses, and small businesses such as the location we are in here today. The bigger the government grows, the more money it is going to need from the taxpayers in order to keep that level, I would say, disservice, not service, because it is a disservice to the taxpayers. That is one of the problems that we see with the federal government. It's so large that it's sort of become accepted that that level of excessive and wasteful spending at the federal government is the norm. It is not supposed to be the norm. The norm is putting money back in the hands of the taxpayers, not putting in government. Now, I would also say that a lot of these local governments think this is the norm. This level of taxation is the norm. And I know that every person in this room and every person listening to me on the broadcast and the live stream know that when they look at their property tax bill, especially comparing it to what it was over the last 4, 5, or 6 years, they know something's wrong. They know something is up, because they do not see their services going up. All they see is their tax bills go up, and that is important. The fact of the matter is local governments are growing faster than the taxpayers' ability to pay for it. And it should be obvious by now. We have been doing this. It is going to be going on almost 1 year that I have been doing this, shining the light of excessive, wasteful, and needless spending, that government will not stop growing recklessly unless acted upon an outside force. And the taxpayers are the outside force. Take case in point, Miami-Dade. We were on site, said that $302 million you wasted. What did they do? They doubled down, and they raised that to 470. You had Jacksonville clocking it at 190. We told them you were wasting too much money and tax reform was going to be needed in order to curb the wasteful spending. What did they do? They doubled down and wasted $275 million. Same thing with Palm Beach County. They went from 344 to 443. That is why, this is why we are talking about property tax reform, because of the inability of local governments to curb their obnoxious spending and their obnoxious taxation. Because if they weren't doing that, you wouldn't have a property tax revolt. People would not be listening to the messages from all the candidates running for office on affordability, because at the end of the day, one of the big issues with affordability, one of the reasons why things are unaffordable, is because of government itself. And I think people need to realize that. And People, candidates, elected officials cannot raise people's taxes. They cannot raise people's cost of living and at the same time complain about an affordability issue. That does not make you someone who cares about your constituents. I'm sorry, that makes you a hypocrite. In order to find out how much money Osceola County government wastefully and excessively and needlessly spended, we need to figure out how much the budget should reasonably be under normal circumstances, and then compare it to what it actually is. Now, we do that by applying our methodology, the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight, or FAFO methodology, which states like Colorado and Utah use in order to keep government small, accountable, and more importantly, fiscally responsible. This starts off with the premise. This is important. This starts off with the premise that government should never, ever grow faster than inflation and population, because if it does, it will outstrip the ability of the taxpayers to pay for it. Anything over inflation and population means that they took an extra money that they actually needed. That means you were taxed, unfortunately, because they didn't need it. They're just taking the extra money, they're spending it, and they are expanding government. I want everyone to look at this board here, because I know a lot of people have somewhat, big government apologists, Sunday editorial writers, the people who are taxing you to the hilt, love to say that this methodology doesn't exist in real life and it doesn't make any sense. Oh, it makes sense. They just don't like the numbers that it yields. So I'm going to point you to this board. This is from the James Madison Institute. It's one of the 3 organizations that we have identified as being a good fiscal watchdog for the taxpayers in Tallahassee. And it says that the James Madison Institute, we believe that the FAFO methodology, similar to what has been enacted in laws in states like Colorado and Utah, is one of the most effective tools to demonstrate the need for tax relief for Floridians to rein in local government spending. And the reason why we put that is Colorado in 1993 actually thought that this was such an important concept that the voters enshrined it in their own constitution in 1993. That's how important it is. So when a local government says that they do not want to curtail their spending, what they're basically saying is that they don't want to make things affordable. Because this methodology is the guide of which every government should be pegged to make sure that they are keeping things fiscally responsible. So this right here is, and this is important, because basically what we did was we took this calculation and we applied it to Osceola County. And right here, you can see this is
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
is what the budget growth in the last 6 years, by far stripping away past inflation and population, which means when you calculate that out, the excessive and wasteful spending number for Osceola County just last year alone, 1 year, $165.4 million. So if everyone agrees that we shouldn't grow faster than inflation plus population, and we showed you the number that they should have only grown by 58%, but they actually grew 102%, that's the difference right there. If property taxes would not have gone up, local government would have never received all that property tax revenue, and they wouldn't have been able to spend it. True? I think everybody agrees with that. What happens if property taxes didn't go up and they just had to go status quo? Government would have grown by inflation and population. Government would have survived. Your property tax bills wouldn't have gone up. But the fact of the matter is that we had a rise in property values, a corresponding rise in property taxes. Your local government took it all and spent it like drunken sailors. And that is the amount that we think is in excess of what they actually need to run your local government. That is a big number. So also, let me be very crystal clear about this, because the big government apologists and Sunday opinion writers and some of your local politicians are going to say that, but we have to hire more police. We have to have more fire. Things cost more. Granted, conceded. That's why we indexed it for 58% higher. We're saying, yes, we agree with you. You had an amazing amount of population growth. We agree that you need more fire and police. We also agree that things cost more. We also agree that local government employees are going to need raises. We concede that. But that concession should be in the 58% growth, not in the 102% growth. So that basically, when it boils down, is money that they needed, but they didn't necessarily want. You know who needs things? Floridians. Floridians need to have things a little bit more affordable here in this state. They took all of that extra money, that $165 million. They took all of that extra money in the form of a tax property windfall and never once thought about giving it back to the taxpayers. That's wrong. And this is why I am fighting so hard to make things affordable here in the state and getting some fiscal sanity back. Look, I know there's a lot of talk about property tax cuts right now, and we should be talking about property tax cuts because this is happening all across the state. It is happening in 67 counties. It is happening in 411 cities. We should be talking about this stuff. And I get really frustrated when I hear people talking about affordability, but then actually do nothing to make things more affordable. They have the key to making things more affordable, and that is to reduce their spending, and they are choosing not to. So we think that you can cut that out and not affect services at all. Why? Because it's already included in the 58%. But they're going to say no, and they're going to roll out a parade of horribles of everything and every reason why that they can't. It's just not true. Now, if you just cut out that excessive and wasteful spending, again, everything was already accounted for: extra fire, extra police, increased costs. We believe that Osceola County could give a huge tax break here to the people in Osceola County and reduce their millage rate by 1.8 mils. That's a big number. But most people are saying, well, what does that mean for me? I'll show you what it means for you. That means if you own a $300,000 house, a house that is tax appraised for $300,000, you will save a whopping $544 a year. Now, that may not seem like a lot to somebody making $240,000 in local government, but the people who are struggling to make ends meet here in the state of Florida, in Osceola County, you're talking about the people who are waiting tables, line cooks, single moms, teachers. They deserve a tax break. And anything that we can do that is going to make things more affordable here in the state of Florida, it is incumbent on us to not only try, but to deliver. If you own a property that is a tax assessed at $400,000, you will save about $725 a year. Again, a big number. If you have a tax assessed property that is at $500,000, you're going to save about $907 a year. That, my friends, is real money put in the pockets, back in the pockets of real families. Now let's continue on this journey as we prove more that the amount of excessive and wasteful spending does not make any sense in local government, specifically here in Osceola County. Osceola County's general fund budget, I want everyone to understand this, Osceola County's general fund budget was $372 million 6 years ago. $372 million. We're not concerned with the total budget. We're not concerned with construction projects. We're concerned with the general fund budget to deliver general government services to you. The part of the budget that is funded by your property taxes was $372 million 6 years ago to deliver services to about 388,000 people. $372 million to deliver to 388,000. Since then, the budget increased $380 million to deliver services for 125,000 people. Doesn't make sense. If you 6 years ago, if you were delivering government services to a fraction of the costs than what you're doing it today, why did it spike? Because they just, again, took the extra money with the complete disregard for the people who were actually paying for it. So, put that further into context. Every family of four that moved into Osceola County, the budget went up $12,100. Doesn't make any sense. So let's say you have a brand new home that's being built and it gets $5,000 worth of property taxes. They're spending over $12,000 for everything that's coming in. There's an imbalance, and unfortunately the imbalance is paid by the taxpayers. People always want to talk about affordability. Unfortunately, Osceola government is making things unaffordable itself by not delivering property tax cuts. Governments are wasting money left and right, crying poor, and continuing to want more, and more. The taxpayers have had enough, and so have I. In fact, in some jurisdictions, it is not only good enough that they continue to overtax and overspend. Some jurisdictions actually want to go and spend even more money. They're trying to put millage rates questions on the ballot to increase millage rates or to get extra sales tax. You want to talk about tone deaf? That's it right there. These are the same people who are complaining about affordability. We need more government programs to make things more affordable. The best government program is to put money back in the pockets of the people who are actually paying and funding government in the first place. So this is also important. I want everyone to understand this. A lot of local governments are going to say, yeah, but it's very hard to do that, to only keep government growth to inflation and population. But here's the thing that they're also not telling you, is that we have run the numbers on a lot of these governments, and we were looking at the excessive and wasteful spending over the last 6 years. That's how we get the number of, I think it was $803 million total over 6 years, and $1.23 billion in Palm Beach. Just a couple of years ago, from like 18 to 19, 19 to 20, 2021, 21 to 22, those budget years, almost every single government in the state of Florida, almost every single government were operating, wait for it, below inflation plus population. And if some were over, they were a little bit over. They were maybe a couple percentage points over. So the same people who were out there saying that they can't deliver services in inflation and population, the same people that actually delivered services at inflation plus population growth. Don't believe this stuff. Your local government is going to come out and try to make every excuse in the book. And your local government here is not unlike every other local government that we were shining the light on excessive, wasteful, and needless spending. They're going to pull out the parade of horribles, and they're going to say that they can't do this because they're already doing it now. I'm sure most of you guys have seen, the most amazing thing happens, and because I read social media a lot. I know social media isn't necessarily real life, but it also gives gives you a pulse of actually what's going on and how people are thinking, and I think that's important. I have noticed ever since the property tax proposal has come out that almost every local media outlet, when you guys report on this and you post it on social media, you guys are probably amazed at how much interaction you're getting on your posts. You're talking about a post from a local outfit covering our stuff or covering how a local government says that they can't cut. It's like 2,500 and 3,000 comments. It is amazing how much people are weighing in on this. And the overwhelming amount, about 90%, are saying, yes, we are being overtaxed too much. They are spending too much. In fact, a lot of them are citing the work that we are doing here because it's penetrating. They're saying, look, they're taking in way too much money for inflation and population. And they're going to come out with the parade of horribles. They're going to say, I'm sure, like, we're going to have to gut local government. No, you're not. I'll prove that in a second. No, you're not. You're going to have to lay off police and lay off fire. No, you're not. If you're going to call 911 and you're going to have an emergency and it's going to take 15, 20 minutes to get to your house. No, you're not. And here's why. We already went through this once. This is the same playbook that the cities and counties are running now as they did in the mid-2000s. So the people who were here, remember, we had the same exact thing happen in mid-2000s that we had here. What happened? You had a rise in property values, a rise in corresponding property taxes. Local government took all this extra money. They started expanding government. They started giving out egregious raises. They started giving a whole bunch of money to nonprofits. They started hiring people that they didn't need commensurate to the population growth. Sound familiar? Same thing happened back then, right? So what happened? You had sort of like a property tax revolt back then, and we wound up with an extra homestead exemption. The homestead exemption back then, I think it was on the 2012 ballot, was increased from $25,000 to $50,000. You would have thought the world was coming to an end, the way local government was saying. The parade of horribles, the sky was falling, you weren't going to be able to go to a park anymore, and the roads were going to be in disrepair so bad that you're going to have to ride your bicycle because the roads are going to be so bad. I mean, the stuff that I heard back then was amazing. That's when you went from 25 to 50. But during that same time, if you remember, do you guys remember what short sales were? Right? During the same time, for the first time in the history of the United States, property values actually went down in the United States. So government lost revenue. They got hit twice. Once by an increased homestead exemption.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
To be for tax reform. Everyone out there in your local government that's saying that they can't cut the budget, what they're actually saying, what I hear them saying, is that they don't want to make things less affordable for you in an affordability crisis. That's important. I appreciate you guys for coming. I appreciate you listening to the message. This is a fight that we can win. This is a fight that we will win. I encourage everyone here to fight and to continue to fight for the taxpayers of this great state. More than happy to answer any questions from the press if you have. Yes, ma'am.
Osceola County, I believe Monday, had a property tax meeting and discussion where they talked about a potential $95 million reduction. They identified potential cuts. They talked about SROs and canines potentially being cut. I just want to ask your response to those potential cuts.
I will respond to that with 2 letters, BS. I mean, it's there's no other word for it but BS. I mean, we have found $165 million. Is that the number, 165? $165 million of wasteful and excessive spending over and above inflation and population. So, newsflash, I found the money for them. Okay. In addition to that, I will tell you, did they actually say SROs?
There was some discussion.
Yeah, so I will tell you that the vast local governments love blaming our sheriff's department and our police department for the excessive spending, right? What I will tell you is that according to our analysis, because we do a lot of these analyses, it's not just local government, it's sheriff spending, it's fire spending, almost every single jurisdiction in the state of Florida, the sheriff and fire spending is being way outstripped by local governments. And the same is here in Osceola County. If you look at the sheriff's budget really isn't that far over inflation and population. Neither is fire. Where all of the waste is almost exclusively in this county is in general fund.
A follow-up to that.
Yes, ma'am.
As well. The other thing that was floated was millage rate potentially reaching the cap. Was a discussion about an option for Osceola County. They also talked about looking at fees, and other counties and cities have been doing that as well. So how do you ensure that this won't be a shift, in the burden for taxpayers here?
So I'm going to answer that in 2 parts. The first is when I hear something like that, what they're saying is that they want to replace their excessive and wasteful spending with another source of wasteful and excessive spending. That means they are not willing to make the hard decisions and cut. Look, I don't know how much the city manager, the administrators make here, right? But they probably make a lot of money. It's their job to find the efficiencies. They're being paid on behalf of the taxpayers, by the taxpayers, to deliver the services at the lowest cost possible. If they're looking for additional alternative revenues to keep the excessive and wasteful spending, that means they don't want to do their job. They need to get in there, and if I was a policymaker, if I was a county commissioner or a city councilman somewhere in these jurisdictions, I would say your job, because we know everyone is angry at the level of taxation, your job is to reduce everyone's budget 7.5% this year and 7.5% next year. Make things right again. They can do it. It's already been done in the mid-2000s. We've already found all of this excessive spending. But to answer your larger question is, how do you prevent cost shifting? It's unfortunate, but they are going to try to cost shift, right? Now, in the proposal that is going to be on the ballot in this November, we try to mitigate some of that cost shifting by reducing the amount that they can shift to non-homestead properties, by reducing the cap from 10% to 5%, because we knew that they were going to do that, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, before I am out of this office, I'm going to push for a constitutional amendment to Florida's Constitution, which will be similar to what they have in Colorado, which would be a taxpayer Bill of Rights, and says that no government can take in and expend more than what population and inflation will dictate, and if they do, they actually have to give the money back to the taxpayers. That's how you keep things affordable here in the state of Florida.
We're seeing some of the local governments, you might say, using the excuse.
Somebody get that phone. It might be somebody from local government really angry that we're exposing them.
So in our coverage of stories locally, various local governments, they've been saying we're not making important decisions on specific items that have come before them because they're waiting to see how the property tax pallet's going to resolve in November. Case in point, yesterday, Orange County Commission decided not to take action on impact fees and gave the reasoning they want to wait to see what happens in November. I just want to get your reaction to that.
That's going to make me angry. So a couple of things. The first thing is, and remind me to get back to you on the impact fee things, because that's what's making me angry. When they say that they have to wait for Tallahassee to do something, it sort of confirms what I said in here, is that they will not right-size themselves unless acted upon by an outside force. This is why it's important for the taxpayers to rise up and get property tax reform, because they are unwilling to do it themselves. Those statements just prove that, hey, we're not going to do anything until we're forced to do it. You know when people are forced to do anything in politics is when they fear their job. They fear getting reelected. I would make this an issue in the campaign, any campaign, and I believe that the people who are campaigning on fiscal prudency and return to fiscal sanity, return to normalcy, that I want everyone to think of this tax cut not necessarily as a loss of revenue for local governments, and not only as a tax cut for the people who are actually paying and funding government, but a return to fiscal sanity. That's important. Impact fees have nothing to do with the general fund budget. So what are they saying? So if you think about it, so first of all, every builder, every developer in this state should pay their fair share. And for way too long, one of the reasons why we have infrastructure issues here in the state of Florida is because they have not been collecting impact fees in the manner that they should have. They wait, they don't increase their impact fees for 5 or 6 years, and then they want to double impact fees and create sticker shock for the people who are coming in. When they had an opportunity to raise it in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So when they say that they don't want to raise impact fees, what they're saying is they don't want builders and developers to pay their fair share for the additional population growth and infrastructure. That is a horrible decision. It has nothing to do with the general fund budget. This is the stuff that gets me very angry. That is fiscal insanity not to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Follow-up. In Orange County, I recall your team had come to the county a couple times. Is there going to actually be a time where your team goes into Osceola County? Is the audit complete? What are next steps here?
So this is a high-level spending calculation. We dive into the budgets. We develop a bunch of spreadsheets, spending methodologies, calculations, all that other stuff. There will be a time in the future when we actually start going in, doing granular detail, what would be akin to a forensic audit, where we would go pull 6 months of the check registers and then check contracts, check how much in raises. We went to the legislature last year and we asked for some extra personnel because we are retooling our office to do exactly that, because this is the high-level, wasteful, and expending, nonsensical taxing and spending number. I want to get into the nitty-gritty and show people, because I have a feeling that there is a lot of misfeasance and malfeasance going on by a lot of these local governments. People are I hate to say this, but government has become a grift. It has absolutely become a grift. People are going into office not necessarily because they want to serve their community and be a good steward of taxpayer dollars. They're going into it to make a buck, and that's reprehensible. And I have a feeling once I get in and start looking at those line by line items in our teams of auditors and reviewers up in Tallahassee, that's what we're going to find.
Are you going to continue this work through 2026, through the end of the governor's?
I'm going to continue this work for the next 8 years I'm in office. I'm not going away. This is going to continue. If they think that this is just a one-off and I'm doing this for passing a property tax reform in November, they are sorely mistaken. I have been fighting this fight against local government since the mid-2000s. I mean, heck, the people probably recognize me, although I was a lot fatter and I had hair back then, government gone wild videos. I've been railing against excessive spending. When government takes more of your money, that means people have less. I want the money in the pockets of the people, not in the hands of a government bureaucrat who think there are endless ATMs. Any other questions? Only press. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that this is happening all 67 counties, jurisdictions. Is there a local government that's, I guess, doing a police force, I guess, if that makes sense?
That's a great question.
Be kind of modeled, I guess?
So that is a great question, and this is another thing that your local government probably will not want you to know, is that there are actually some jurisdictions that we do the same methodology with that actually come out pretty well. So case in point is the city of Orlando. According to our calculations, now yet they still wasted $22 million, right? They were still over and above inflation and population by $22 million. But as far as a percentage, they are much, much better than, say, Orange County, which has wasted $300 million. So we have that dynamic where you have the mayor of a very large county wasted $300 million, saying that our methodology doesn't make any sense, but then our same methodology yields that the city of Orlando is a relatively good steward of their taxpayers. So that just goes to prove that our methodology worked, and that's just BS. In general, what we are seeing, to answer your question, is cities generally are better stewards of your tax dollars than counties. That's what we've seen on average. They're still wasting a lot of money, okay? But they're nowhere wasting anywhere near the money that counties are wasting. Any other questions? All right, appreciate you guys. Guys, thank you for coming. God bless you. God bless the great state of Florida. Sure. Yes, you may.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Earlier this morning, we have a private event for a groundbreaking for what is the Wings of the Rainbow Pulse Tribute on this beautiful piece of land. This beautiful piece of land off of Macy Island Road. As you drove in, you probably saw that beautiful canopy. The families were in love with that. We wound up moving the artistic tribute here, which we feel is a much more appropriate place. It'll have its own home. It'll be a place for families to come and convene with their loved ones. And this was not a Cheryl Grebe project. This was not a Commissioner Grebe project. This was a project that families that lived or worked or had loved ones that lived in Osceola County from the Pulse tragedy that asked for this. They told me several years ago, Cheryl, we'd love to have somewhere local that we can go and just talk to our kids, catch them up on what's going on. You know, we understand the memorial's happening, but honestly, it's too painful for a lot of them to go back there. There is a need for the memorial, and I'm so glad that that's moving forward. But you have to understand, too, we had several families in the Osceola County area that were affected by this, many of which I visited at their homes, in the hospital, at funerals. And it touched me, also being a member of the LGBT community myself. So I wanted to honor them, and I was able to contribute funds. And I want George to come up and explain his role at the LGBT Center, Plus Center.
Good morning, my name is George Voss. I'm the CEO at the Central Orlando. So Cheryl called me a while back and said, George, we have this great project and we want you to be involved. We need a fiscal sponsor, so the Senate agreed to do that. It's a privilege to work with Commissioner Grebe in this tribute and Jeff Ray as an artist. I think that it is something that is going to be so well received by the community, and it's beautiful, and this morning was so special with the families. So thank you.
And this morning we thanked, there's quite a few contractors and subcontractors that have put their energy and time without payment on this. The land, again, donated by D.R. Horton. Right now it is under contract with the county, so it will become a county park, but currently it's still under D.R. Horton. We also have Balfour Beatty, who is the general contractor who's handling and has thus far handled everything to this point, just with getting pricing and such. Junior Davis has stepped up and said we'll be happy to help out with the site work. Hanson Walter and Associates, there are actually some stakes, we had to remove some of them, that outlines the heart, which we'll unveil shortly to show you the entire area. And there'll be others as well that will step forward throughout this process. But we felt it's important. I've had a lot of you call me and say, hey, what's the update? What's going on? But because we had to kind of scale this back because of the location, I wanted to make sure I met with the families first. Because again, this was their request and I wanted them to be happy with it first. And I apologize for not having you this morning for the groundbreaking. But again, at their request, they wanted to be able to have just a private event. They were welcome to stay if they wanted to come and speak to the press. But they chose to go on their way. You can imagine, you know, at the 10-year anniversary time, just how their emotions are going right now. Jeffrey, if you want to come up, you want to talk first, or are you doing unveiling
I'll
first?
talk and then unveil
Okay.
in the middle of it. I could show. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Earlier this morning, we gathered privately with the families, as Commissioner had stated, to give them the time and space they deserve to reflect, remember, and celebrate the lives of their loved ones. Today, I'd like to share the vision update behind where we are today. I had a privilege of working alongside many of the families for nearly 10 years throughout that journey, and things become very clear. This project was never simply about creating a sculpture. It's about creating a place for love, reflection, healing, and connection in community. The original tribute was designed for a different location and envisioned as one artwork within a larger park. When the site changed, we were given an opportunity to rethink the project and create something even more meaningful. The vision for this updated art tribute was to transform it from a single sculptural element into an entire sculpture garden dedicated to the remembrance, reflection, and hope. Rather than being one feature within a larger park, it is now has a dedicated home of its own, a place where visitors can pause, gather, connect, and reflect. Commissioner, we could just show if you got, George, you want to show it, and then I can kind of talk about it.
3, 2, 1.
The design evolved from 49 individual sculptural elements into 7 monumental wings inspired by the 7 colors of the rainbow. While the form changed, the meaning never did. The sculpture still rises 49 feet. It's almost as tall as these trees here. The names of the 49 remain permanently integrated into the artwork, and the surrounding landscape includes 49 seating elements that honor each life, invite moments of reflection. Together, the 7 wings form a single eternal flame, a symbol of hope, unity, and spirit that continues to shine nearly 10 years later. Looking back, I truly believe there was a purpose to this journey. What initially served or seemed like you change in direction ultimately led us to a place here that feels exactly right. This peaceful setting allows us to create something greater than a sculpture. It becomes a sculpture garden dedicated to lives being honored and the families who continue to inspire us, and the community that reminds us to unite through their lives. My hope is that generations from here will continue to not only remember, but to reflect on the power of love, acceptance, and strength of the community that stands together. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sure you guys have a few questions and such, and I'd be happy to answer. First off, just so you know, it's a $250,000 budget. Dollars are already at the Center Orlando, have been. It's normally a quiet place, but had a couple issues with those guys. But beyond the budget itself, as I said, this land's being donated to Osceola County, so right now it's in contract. It hasn't transferred ownership. Permits are being processed now. So we will go through that entire process and make sure that we have a smooth. We do not have a timeline, so don't ask about a timeline. We're more concerned about getting this right than an actual timeline, and we've discussed that with the families, and they're in agreement. You have any other questions?
When will the project start? I know you say you don't have a timeline, but is it considered groundbreaking now?
This is considered the groundbreaking, even though we don't have the permits and such yet. We wanted to be able to do something with the families, still in Pride Month, still close enough to the 10th year anniversary, but without taking away with all the other events that were occurring, because we did not want to, cause any issues with that. We wanted to make sure it was a separate.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
I have a question. So you said earlier that it was really important to talk to the families first before you announced the plans to move here for the project. But I have heard from families, including this week, that they did not know about this groundbreaking today, and that they have reached out to you specifically and to Osceola County over the last 8 months and have not gotten responses to their inquiries. So can you please explain why that might be?
Sure. And when I say families, these are specific families that came to me. So it is not the entire 49 families. These are families that came to me and said, Cheryl, we would like to do this. So we had a smaller gathering, and it's been a smaller group. And not everyone, the meeting that we had, we did talk to them about the new location. I'm not aware of anyone that's reached out to me that is one of the family members, to be honest with you. If you show me an email, I'll be happy. And I know there have been public inquiries and such, and we have given what we have. And quite frankly, there wasn't a lot because we had to, regroup from one location to the other location. So no, not every family member was involved with this, but what I call my Kissimmee Pulse moms, they were.
So just to be clear, there are families that said that they did reach out to the county, but you're saying you don't recall getting those emails or inquiries?
No, not to my email. Any other questions?
Commissioner, you said that the land is D.R. Horton now and will be transferred to the county. Is that to say that the county will, once it's built, will then be in charge of maintenance, upkeep? How's that
Yes.
work?
Yes, it'll be a county park.
I have another question, if that's all right. So obviously we did records requests on Spectrum News 13 that said that you all did not acquire the proper permits, which I know you just said that you still don't have those permits for this location. We also did not find in those records requests payments that have been done to the artist Jeff Ray. We also know that there was a statement in the initial agreement that said that initial project was supposed to be done May 31st of 2026, which groundbreaking did not occur over there. So how can we, I guess, respectfully expect you all to fulfill this in a meaningful timeline here, especially considering what our records request revealed?
Sure, and I'm mainly concerned about the families that I've been talking with and making sure that they're happy, quite frankly. But there are no receipts to Jeff Ray. Jeff Ray is doing this gratis, so there is no expense. The land was donated gratis. The Hanson Walter and Associates is doing the civil and surveying work gratis. Balfour Beatty has been involved thus so far gratis. So there's been really no receipts at this point in time. Junior Davis has stepped up and said he will do the site work gratis. Which is great. This is truly a community project of the public or the private companies coming together because they believe this is important, for those families and just for Osceola County as a whole. Again, because we had so many families that lived, worked, played here, it just seemed appropriate to have some type of tribute. Again, not to take away from the memorial whatsoever. This is a totally different type of space.
Well, I guess I'm confused because the initial agreement said that there would be payments made directly to artist Jeffrey. So that's why I'm asking. You're saying that he's now doing it for free, or I want to make sure I understand the situation. And Jeffrey, maybe you can answer that better.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, everything I'm doing here is pro bono. So everything that would be issued would actually be issued through the center. And what the budget is going to is essentially pure materials. And if we can get more materials donated, that would be better. But I'm not receiving any monies to then distribute out to construction materials. So that's sort of the job of the center. And so I'm here designing and project managing and sort of being here for the family for the last 10 years. I started this project 10 years ago and was part of the original group when this all started. So I felt that it was time for me to step up, donate my time and services to the community, and so that's why I'm here. So the difference between last time I shared some designs and this time is that we are actually through construction drawings. Everyone that has been involved, from the civil engineers to structural engineers to the landscape architects to the architects, have donated all their time pro bono. And so the difference between now and then is actually we have a good set of drawings that now is estimatable, if that's actually even a word, that then is now ready to start construction.
So there will be like a new agreement that will state that specifically, because the former one did say that pay stubs would be given to you.
I have no idea on the structure. That's something that...
Jeffrey, I'm sorry. Is it okay if I just ask you, what does it mean to you to create this project?
It's... I've been fortunate to design projects all over the world. I've been a home to Central Florida and have many folks here, family members that live here in Osceola County. This is an opportunity to create an art tribute dedicated to celebrate lives versus remember how they passed. And essentially that's what memorials do, is they actually go through this historical timeline of what happened there, and I did not want that at all to happen here. It's really an opportunity for families who may not even go down to the site and see it, but to be a place here that respects them and honors their loved ones. I've been a resident here for almost 20-something years. I've created the largest sculpture in Asia that's 28 stories tall. This is 49 feet and probably has more value than anything I've ever done around the world, just because it honors those people that lost their lives just for having fun that night, you know? And so that's why I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart, out of the goodness of the families. I think we had dinner with them, as Commissioner Grebe said, like, we reached out to as many folks as we could, and whoever came. Like this morning, the people who came here today were the people who have been involved throughout this whole process. They're in contact with all of the other families. It's up to them whether they want to be a part of this process or not. And I'm doing my best to represent all 49, not just the folks here that live here in Osceola County, and that's the main reason why we're doing this, because a lot of the families that passed away are from this county. But for me, like I said, I've been honored to been involved in many projects, including, which is like the world's largest heart, 7 stories tall down in South Florida. But the 49 hearts here is probably going to be the most special thing I've ever done in my career.
So the way it's been explained, the $250,000, the payments have gone to the center, George. So if I'm understanding this correct, then you folks at the center are the construction manager.
Right. So any new contracts would be with the center, and then any of the subcontractors.
And so far, there's been no payments because everyone's donating all of their time.
Yeah, no receipts, no payments, because there hasn't been any requests for payments because everything's been free so far. But it won't run through the
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Growing up, and you know.
If I had evidence, I put it into a grand jury and an indictment, and then we'd come and talk about it. Till I have that, I'm not going to talk about it. I respect. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I respect the question, but that's just the way it has to work for it to work.
Successful G7 summit. I would say it's one of the most successful. And this meeting could not have come at a better time. On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders. But they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized. And I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders, a little bit gone, but for the most part. And frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big. Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that. And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, the heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job. But they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months. Could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens. It's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane and we followed him, and in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set the night before the attack. They informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on almost a month before. He only traveled on commercial airliners, the big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. He's very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. We followed him, and then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to them, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. We'll do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen, the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. It's like nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry when I watch the Democrats. They talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them, legally, a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store in the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to, because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite, it's rated 1 million years plus. No marble's rated that. Marble's rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains. And the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everywhere. Those guys did a job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press like CNN. for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed right on top of everything. Nobody's going to get that for a long time unless we want to get it. We'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable, not a lot of value, but we'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered, but every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name, they can give you a serial number, we can see things you wouldn't believe the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger. But we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up. But we have the most. We have the most powerful. But we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you, but the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly, tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So, but we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal, and they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So, importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither produce, because originally they said they talk about that they will not develop a nuclear weapon. And some people found it okay. These guys didn't, in all fairness, but some people, but I didn't like it. Said it won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So They'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything. But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion worth of damage. So somebody's going to have to help them out. There's no guarantee about helping them out, and could be their neighbors will help them out a little bit. I don't know. But it's a lot of money. Almost nobody has that kind of money. That's the kind of damage that was done. But we're not investing any money. There was a fake story. There was a fake news story that got a man, a person, a good person. J.D. made a statement. It was a perfect statement. And they reported it in a very strange way, but that's why it's fake news, I guess. So we don't give them money. We don't give them any of that. And what happens is with time, if they behave, if they be a citizen of the world, a reasonable citizen of the world. And I think this group, again, I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed. And they were all 88 people. And I'm not proud of that at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with them. A couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and the normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly. You know, they have, in one way, a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression, rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover, I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon. I wouldn't have preferred, there are plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes too fast, and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression. So I don't think I'll make mistakes like that. I lower taxes, I don't raise taxes. In fact, we just gave you the largest tax decrease, largest tax cut in the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said you shouldn't give them one. And I have guys. I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know. It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So the Gulf nations will address the non-nuclear issues. As we'll be talking about the ballistic missiles and We'll talk also about the terrorist proxies that they have, that we don't want that to happen. But I want to thank our partners in both Pakistan and Qatar. These people work so hard. And they knew them a little bit. In the case of Pakistan, quite well. In the case of Qatar, they were sort of at odds. And, you know, Qatar was great because they had right next door. When I flew from there, from that location to Saudi Arabia, I'd fly for 40 minutes, and I'd fly to UAE for 40 minutes, to great leaders there, by the way. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the father's still alive, and he's fantastic, and the son is going to be great. He's going to be great. The Crown Prince and Mohammed at UAE is an incredible warrior. He was dropping bombs. Last week I said, who the hell's dropping all those bombs? It was UAE. He's a good fighter, Mohammed. But every administration for decades has sought to get Iran to relinquish its nuclear ambitions, but the threat only got bigger. The words got bigger and stronger and bigger, and nothing ever happened. And Iran got stronger and tougher. If we didn't blow them up the first time and then blow out those weapons, they would have been unstoppable. This should have done, what I'm doing and what I did should have been done years ago. Would have been much easier, much less firepower. But it wasn't. And again, I want to thank all those countries, and I want to thank Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. So obviously the breakthrough would not have been possible without the unprecedented pressure the United States put on the regime over the past year and a half. But again, it started a long time ago. It started with the death of Soleimani. That was a big deal. No president in history has ever been tougher on Iran than I have, and they know that. And by the way, if they don't honor the agreement, or some things aren't even mentioned in the agreement, it's a memorandum of understanding, but we have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it, you know? It's amazing what bombs can do. So I say it. The Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, and let's call it the Trump deal, was a wall for a nuclear weapon that the nuclear weapon could not get through. Nobody's going to get through it. We built a wall. They weren't going to have it, and that's what we have right now. And it says very clearly, the most important clause to me, too, number one, the Strait opens, but that's much less important than the other clause, clause number whatever, 5, 8, is a very strong statement that they will never have a nuclear weapon. And it doesn't say they'll have one in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. With Obama, they were able to enrich very quickly. This agreement now provides Iran with a historic opportunity. If they follow the path of cooperation, we'll have opened for them. Their country will have a chance to survive. Now think of it, you know, they have 91 million people. People want me to bomb the bridges. Why don't I bomb? I already did, because, you know, they went back on one of their promises, and I bombed their biggest bridge, the equivalent of that was the George Washington Bridge of Iran. But we bombed that bridge, you saw that. One quick strike by an F-22, the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, by the way. In fact, we're ordering some more of them. We're bringing it out because it's so effective. It's incredible. It's incredible. Well, look, we have the greatest military in the world. Those B-2 bombers are unbelievable. Who would have thought they could handle, each had 2 because the flight was so long, but they handle 3 of the biggest, heaviest bombs, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also, they're undetectable. They flew into Iran. Totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how do you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, it's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done in Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas, and we're trying to get them unarmed. You know, they grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, They came out with a machine gun in their hand, so it's not the easiest thing, but they've actually behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have. But including an end to all Iranian aggression, they're not going to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the Lebanon piece is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and we got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman at Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half. It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. I said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in, and Hezbollah is an enemy of his, and he'd go in, but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. He's, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon with all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody. Disrespected incredibly. So the expansion of the Abraham Accords is the other thing that we hope we're going to get. And I think Saudi Arabia, if they lead the way, they'd be doing themselves a big favor, because everybody that's in it, UAE went in right from the beginning. Again, he's a warrior. And they never got out. Nobody ever got out. You think maybe during the war, they were all everybody was afraid of Iran. And that's why we ended up with the original members. But then when the election was rigged, that's right, and I wasn't here at all. Nobody cared about anything. The country went to hell in every way. That was the least of it. Middle East was the least of it. The country went to hell, allowing 25 million people into the country, unchecked and unvetted, many of them criminals, many of them murderers, 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. So this was the least of it. But the past 2 days have also provided an opportunity to discuss a number of other key issues with members of the G7 and our partners. Yesterday morning, we had a productive conversation on the war in Ukraine. I spoke with President Putin. I spoke with President Zelensky, and he was there. And President Putin I spoke over the phone with. And something's going to happen. They're losing a lot of people, a lot of soldiers are losing soldiers. Both are losing a lot. Russia's losing more because they're the offensive ones. And when you're offensive in war, you lose more. Pretty simple. But I provided an update on my call Sunday with President Putin and expressed my continued hope. We had a very good conversation with President Putin and a very, very good conversation with President Zelensky. I think they both want to do something. They just don't know how to do it. They want to do it. They just don't know how. In our session yesterday afternoon on international partnerships, I offered an update on how the United States is leading the world in responding to the Ebola outbreak in Africa, sending $375 million in aid so far to help stop and contain the crisis at its source, and we've done great. I was with the president of a couple of presidents came over, by the way, from African nations, and they were so happy with what we did. But where it's unfair is we gave $375 million. The rest of the world gave essentially nothing, maybe a couple of bucks, but nothing. And they were all saying, thank you so much. And I think they've done a good job. It's a terrible thing. Ebola is a terrible thing. That's an unbelievable one. Fortunately, it's not like COVID where it's that easy to spread around, but it's rough, and we've done a good job. We've moved people to certain quarantines, certain locations. But today we also had excellent meetings on the economy and artificial intelligence, which is amazing what's going on with that. It's going to be the biggest thing ever. We have to be very careful with it. It's both great and could be bad. We have to be careful with it, but we're leading China. We're leading the world on that. We're allowing them to do their own electric plants because they need, as an example, those buildings are so big, and they're not taking the community's electricity. I gave them the right. It's my idea. I gave them the right to build electric plants like Con Edison in New York. Dig we must. And they've come up with plants that nobody's ever seen anything like them. Those are by very high IQ people. So they're actually building electric plants. So because otherwise they could never build a building because the grid is old and tired and broken and a mess. So they're building it, and they're going to sell very cheaply, they're going to sell their extra electricity into the grid. So we take care of a lot of things, like California, which doesn't have nearly enough electricity. They don't know what they're doing there. And instead of having blackouts and brownouts, they'll be able not to. We found a great deal of unity here at the G7, and we signed a declaration on illegal immigration, the first time ever for a G7 statement. They did a beautiful statement. We signed other agreements to step up and to really coordinate and spend a lot of time coordinating drug trafficking and the stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy. It comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you wouldn't even believe. They have it in the structures of cars. Most incredible thing. But we've done a great job on it. We have drugs coming through the border are down 61%. Drugs coming through water, the sea, ocean, sea, Gulf, down 97.2%. That's the ones that get hit. Just like we hit the Iranian minesweepers and mine droppers, they call them. They dropped. Who would have 28 mine droppers? Who has 28 mine droppers? They actually had them, but they don't have them anymore. We hit them just like we hit the drug dealers. But drugs are down by water 97%, and over 60% they're down. And now we're going to go and focus on the land. They come through Mexico. Mexico has lost control of their country. The cartels run Mexico, and it's sad. And the president's a very good woman, but she's a very scared woman. The drug cartels are totally running Mexico. It's not even close. We agreed to accelerate our efforts to secure our critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, where we have great companies really going to town. We're going to give everybody a big run because we do it better and we had to get motivated. The G7 also agreed that the United States' new approach to international development based on the private sector investment is working at levels that they never thought possible. It's really working. I held a number of very positive bilateral meetings, including with the President of France. It was a very good meeting, actually. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim, who's, I tell you, I wish I could really know the guy. You know, some people say, well, he lived in that neighborhood. You can't be saying things that you'd like to have him say. He was fantastic on this, and he's been a fantastic guy in terms of energy and getting energy out there. President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's an amazing warrior. President El-Sisi of Egypt. Prime Minister Modi of India. We spent a long time together today. I spoke to Mohammed. I spoke to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia a number of times. They're all so happy that they're still. You have to have them happy too, you know. We're using their airports. Not that they could stop us if we didn't want them to, but it'd be nice that I went to get that little sucker. But I missed. I hate missing. But we spoke to all of them and many countries all over the world. So every country, I think Israel too. Look, think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, your biggest risk was that they drop a nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, baby. You got the best, the most important thing that you were asking for is that. So I think they're happy. Some people are going to be, not him, but there are some people, some writers, some that I thought were friends of mine, but I don't want them as friends anymore because they're either stupid or they're bad people. But we stopped nuclear holocaust, and it stopped too. I mean, there's not going to be any of that. So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughingstock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us. We had a man that should have never been there. You know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, "What flavor ice cream do you like?" "I like vanilla." Then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, the worst. We had the worst inflation ever. We had the worst in prices and the costs. It's all coming down now because the oil is bringing it down. You're going to see numbers that are going to be amazing. But this evening, I look forward to a very special dinner with President Macron and his fabulous wife at the Palace of Versailles. I sort of like that palace. Palace has a lot of gold. I want to check it out. It's a beautiful palace, maybe the most beautiful of all. I hope you're going to get to see it. The ones that are traveling with me, I hope you're going to get to see it because it's amazing. But they asked me if I'd stay a little bit longer and go to Paris. So I'll get home a little bit later, but it'll be a nice dinner. But I'm interested to see it. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess. It's the ultimate of its type. Louis XIV, celebrating the 250th anniversary of America's founding and America's oldest alliance, and we're celebrating that a little bit tonight. They'll have the biggest people in Europe at the dinner, and those people love our country, and hopefully Europe's going to find its way. Europe is having a lot of hard times. They're doing some things very badly on energy and on immigration. They're doing things very badly, and we'll be talking about that tonight. So with that all said, if you want to ask us any questions, and feel free to ask the people behind me. Yeah? Peter?
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction fund.
Only if they're doing things right. Peter, only if, we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 billion fund. It's only if they're doing things right. Remember this also. When you talk about billions of dollars, they've had much more than $1 trillion worth of damage done. They got a long way. There'll be 15 to 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again. You know, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and you know, the other thing I want to thank China, President Xi, I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thanking President Xi of China." Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. That it's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said I would really appreciate you're not giving or selling any of that stuff to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, he didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for
Well, the unfreezing, it's an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money. And we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money, the dollar's become very strong under me, and they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
And I did just want to ask you about this. A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal is a win?
Here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, you know, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede, we totally give up. This war is over, we have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest, they say, Iran had a great victory, okay? They practically do that. You know, it's amazing. When we knocked out their last ship, they had 159 ships. When we knocked out the last ship, the Times refused to do a story on it. They said, why wouldn't you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force. You don't want to do a story. We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that the people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible, and CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. And I never get good stories, no matter what I do. I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're writing good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani. Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead. How about you? Thank you, Peter. I'd give you more, Peter, but people will say I like you too much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bonsoir, Mr.
You know, he told me that first day in office, he asked me like 7 questions. I answered all of them. Is this true? He said, he just answered more questions in one meeting than Joe Biden did in 4 years. Okay, you know, I'm not going to get you in trouble, but that's what you said. Go ahead.
Bonsoir, Mr. President. In The Art of the Deal, you write about the importance of leverage. Yeah. Obviously, you have a lot of leverage when it comes to Iran, whether it's militarily or through economic sanctions. What leverage, sir, do you have when it comes to Israel and Hezbollah to ensure that they abide by the ceasefire?
Well, I think we have leverage just by the fact that we really have Iran now has to be good. They have to behave. And we might help. That's a much smaller conflict. It's a conflict that should be able to be over with. I'm surprised it's taken so long. and it's a much smaller, but we have a lot of leverage. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest, most powerful. Look at the blockade. By the way, the blockade was more impactful than all of the bombing raids where we dropped $1 billion worth of bombs on Iran. The blockade was so incredible. The naval blockade, the admiral, the whole thing, not one ship got through. That meant no money got through. They were dying. They had no money. They have inflation that's 250 or 300%. They have no money. We have tremendous leverage. We have the leverage of the economy as an example. We'll get that done. That's a small one, and we'll work with Israel and get it done. But I'd like to do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
Two questions. If you could clarify something you said just a few minutes ago. One of the goals of Epic Fury going into it, you said was...
Say it again. Speak up.
Sorry. One of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran is...
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked out. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And if people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all, but if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalination plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Carg Island. I knocked out everything but the oil. I said 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil because I didn't want to ruin the world market because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression.
Iran's position,
maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the third largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity. So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough on that. It is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation. It's such a strange question to be asked at this state, because you're talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. A war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country's become we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible retreat that these people made, leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing. More symbolic, because it's a little old now. But we may get it all back. Afghanistan is kissing our ass, you know that?
So you're threatening to bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let them know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement. What else am I going to do? Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court? Let me take you to court. Let me sue you. No, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they violate the agreement. I don't want them to. I want them to honor the agreement. Again, the straits close up. Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about a school gets hit. Other things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Oil prices are now plummeting. How do you see this agreement further affecting energy prices in the U.S. and the U.S. economy in the long term? And secondly, Mr. President, how do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have a heating, you have a stove, and you have to buy the heat. You need the gas or the electricity or whatever you're using. And when oil prices come down, oil is the biggest thing. Oil is, you get oil prices coming down, and they're going to come down. And we're hitting into 3s now for gasoline, and that'll come down a lot lower. So I was in Iowa just before this started, and I was saying to myself, I can't believe we're doing so well, but I have to go, and we have to put out this fire in Iran because I don't want them using a nuclear weapon. They would have used a nuclear weapon. 100% they would have used it. The only question is, was it going to be that day or that week? They would have used a nuclear weapon. They were on the way, and I said, we're going to have to put out the fire. And I said, you know, oil prices, so gasoline, we passed 2 gas stations in Iowa. I made a speech up there. The people are great. I won it by so much. And I love the people, farmers. And we passed 2 gas stations. One was $1.85. One was $1.91. Now, that's Iowa. But it was, I mean, California has all those crazy taxes that they put on, you know, California taxes. But the oil was down to $2 to, I'd say, between $2 and $2.50. And it was heading down further. And we were going to have a great run. We took a little journey down to a place called the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we bombed the hell out of them, and now they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, we had a disturbance, but I must say it was much less than anybody thought. The oil never went to $350 a barrel. It went to $115, $120. The oil never went anywhere near that. And the other thing, I thought the stock market would go down 25 or 30%. The stock market a week ago, before we started this, was higher than it was when we started, which tells you that we have a very resilient economy. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. Now, the word affordability is a fake word made up by the Democrats. Here's where it's fake, because they made it up. Because I inherited these prices. And when I had my first news conference, first day, they started screaming affordability, the Democrats. Affordability, affordability, they're screaming. I said, what's that all about? They gave it to me. They gave it to me. It's affordability. And they use that word to a fare thee well. Well, they were the ones that created the affordability crisis. I'm the one that got it down. Remember, highest insurance rates in history, highest rates for everything. Eggs, remember eggs? They were 4 times more expensive than they were in my administration. And I got it down, Peter, very quickly. Our secretary did a good job of agriculture, Brooke. She did a great job with eggs and everything else. And now that the oil is coming down, you're going to see everything follow. Everything follows the cost of energy. And we're going to end up having the lowest energy anywhere in the world. Please. Yeah. No, please.
Thank you.
You're from ABC. You're fake news. Go ahead.
To follow up on oil, can you confirm, will Iran be able to immediately sell their oil to market? And will U.S. sanctions back immediately if there is a delay or collapse in the talks? And then relatedly, is there any safeguard in this deal to prevent Iran from charging what they say could be fees after the 60-day extension?
The thing that's going to stop them from doing that, because you can't cover everything in a document, is common sense. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get hit. As far as sanctions are concerned, at some point, we have sanctions which will never let them rebuild. They would have no money. They would be in poverty. The 91 million people would starve. So something will happen as soon as they behave. When they behave, we're going to let that go. We're going to have to. I put sanctions on a lot of people, and then I let them go. A lot of countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shinji Abe. I'm a Japanese Yomiuri newspaper company from the Washington Correspondent. My question is about the Strait of Hormuz. Did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan? Or
where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
From where?
Japan. And is military support?
I just left your prime minister. Japan's doing very well. She's my biggest fan, I have to tell you. She thinks I did a great job. You have to call her and ask her. She's doing a very good job, by the way. Go ahead.
And military support is no longer necessary?
Yeah, but what do you want to know? Go ahead, just tell me. What do you want to know?
Okay, my question is, did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan?
To send the Air Force? For what?
So no, we asked any country to send military forces to the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, other countries, not just Japan. No, we don't need it. Oh, by the way, they all want to do it. They all want to do it. Every single one of them. They want to go be a part of it now. Not while the war was going on. I was a little disappointed. The UK, I said, yeah, it would be nice if you sent ships. I didn't put a hard sell on, but I said it would be nice if you sent some ships. And the Prime Minister said, they'll be there, sir, as soon as the war is over. I said, did he just say that? I couldn't believe it, actually. Japan has offered to get involved, but I mean, I'll be honest, Japan was not willing to get involved during the war. I asked her, I said, you want to get involved a little bit? I didn't put the heavy sell on, but they said, no, we don't want to get involved. Nobody did. We did it ourselves with Israel and with the Arab states that got hit, surprisingly hit. Yeah. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President. Question on Brazil. I would like to know, how was your interaction here in Evian during the G7 with the Brazilian President Lula? Did you talk about the new U.S. tariffs on Brazil? Did you talk about the U.S. designation of criminal gangs as terrorists?
We did.
How was it?
I spent a lot of time with him, actually, and it's become a little rough country, right? Politically. It's been a little dangerous politically. You're talking about Brazil. Yeah, it's been nasty. I hear they arrested somebody that's running for office today. I found that out after we left. I just said goodbye to him, and I heard that they arrested the Bolsonaro Jr. He was doing well in the polls, and they arrested him because he made a statement in Texas. They arrested him, or they want to arrest him. They have something out for his arrest. No, they play pretty tough. But nobody plays tougher than the United States. Look, our elections are totally rigged. We have rigged elections. Please, in the back. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, President.
Thank you.
Susumu Sakamoto, the Asahi Shimbun. For G7, the concept of the rule of law has long been considered the core principle. During this summit, any of the leaders expressed any concerns on the possible violation of international law on the attack on Iran?
No, actually the opposite. They felt they were very dangerous. They were very relieved because they could get hit too. They were very relieved. No, we never discussed that. No, it would be the opposite. They broke the law. They killed thousands of people. They killed thousands of our soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. President,
yes.
Yesterday, the Pakistan thanks for the Chinese government to help make a peace talk between Iran and the United States. So what do you think about China's work to get the United States and Iran sitting down to talk and make the deal? And the second question is...
Okay, let me answer the question.
Okay.
So I think China's been terrific. I told you that before. They could have been bad. They could have sent in to try and block or break the blockade. They could have sent in an oil ship with 6 destroyers alongside of it on each side. They didn't do that. President Xi helped me. He tried to help, and I think he probably helped get it solved. You know, they get 50% of their oil from that location. So that wasn't that easy. President Xi was fantastic. He tried to help me solve it. And he didn't give any big weaponry. I guess we'll find something somewhere along the line. But he didn't give any big weaponry, I can tell you that. No, I think China I couldn't ask for much more. Again, they were impacted because they get more than 50% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. And no, I thought they were fantastic. Okay, how about one more question right here? Go ahead, please.
The latest YouGov Economist poll shows that Democrats have lost a 5-point edge on the generic congressional ballot. They just have now just a 2-point lead since February. Do you think that they're losing momentum?
Well, I see the Republicans in generics. You know, generics are very important. I don't know how accurate, because I see a lot of bad polls. The polls are very dishonest, just like a lot of reporters, like these people over here, are very dishonest. CNN, ABC, it's a whole group of them over there. They're really dishonest people. But, you know, and really networks are very dishonest. And they have to straighten themselves out, or they're not going to be very successful, because people don't believe them anymore. But no, the generics are very interesting because the Republicans are coming up strong even before this. You know why? They're seeing all these lunatics, like the guy in Maine with the swastika. You know, for 10 years they've been calling me a Nazi. And now they have a Nazi running. He's got a tattoo on him. I've been denying it for 10 years. They know it's not so, but they've been calling. I don't think they could call it to me anymore. You know, one more? One more? Go ahead, Peter. Let me finish with Peter, because he's been better to me than he's been to Biden.
Thank you, President Trump. I have a question about this weekend. Why not stick around for the signing ceremony with this Iran peace deal?
I might.
You might?
Yeah, I might. But I'd rather, this is a memorandum of understanding. It's very important, but it might not be the kind of a document that I should be signing.
There's some element to this where you send the vice president. If it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's fault.
Like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Trump speaking at the G7 summit as that comes to a close in France. Been taking questions for a while there. He is now heading elsewhere in France, I believe heading toward Paris a little bit later today. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to Urban, California, where we are hearing live right now from some players on the U.S. men's national team speaking ahead of their match on Friday against Australia up in Seattle. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
I just think that we really look like a team who are all on the same page of fighting to do something special this summer, and you can see everyone's running that extra 5 yards, sprinting to close stuff down, and there's a real hunger and energy in the team that you want to see. That's kind of the baseline of being able to go and win a tournament, and if we can keep this level up, then I don't see why we'd limit ourselves to not being able to win the whole thing. Thank you.
We heard from some of the players there. We have heard from a couple of others who were speaking while President Trump was taking questions at the G7 summit. We'll hear more from the U.S. men's national team coming up in just a little bit. But let me give you a live look right now at that stadium where that game is set to kick off on Friday afternoon. You'll be able to watch that on Fox 35, and we'll have special coverage of that on Friday as well. Well, right now, let's talk a little bit about the governor's race. I want to get you to an event that happened in Tampa, where Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor, had the chance to meet with a number of folks, specifically his Defending the Florida Dream Tour is what he's been calling it, talking about issues that he believes are part of what the Florida Dream means, what that looks like. His first stop since ballot qualifying week. Here's some of his remarks at that event.
We're about to do the pledge, but this is kind of a special pledge, and I'll tell you why. So many of you know Hillsborough County is home to the most veterans in the whole state of Florida. Do you all know that? I have the privilege, my name is Michael Owen, I'm the state representative for District 70, and I have the privilege of representing a senior community in Sun City Center. And I have 3 World War II vets that are sitting right here. The first one is Henry Demenza, okay? Henry is called the Kid. He's 98 years old. He's called the Kid. Cool story about him, when he was in Japan, he was told he had to blow up all the tanks so the Japanese couldn't get the tanks, and a real patriot, and we're honored to have you here. The next one is George Tamburello. Now, George served, you're not going to believe me, but it's true, look it up. He served under General Patton's tank command. He pushed Rommel back in Africa and all the way up to Italy. Thank you, George, for being here. The next is Maurice Linuet. We call him Mo, and he is turning 104 years old this year. All 7 of his brothers served, and all of them came home safe. So if you're able, and gentlemen, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, guys. Honored to have you all here. So I'm here today because this is an important day. We're celebrating the qualifying for our next governor of the great state of Florida, Byron Donalds. And, we talk about the free state of Florida, right? It's kind of become a little bit of a cliche, but it's really true. Everybody wants to live here. Everybody wants to come here. It's because we've had a great governor, we've had a Senate and a state house that has been Republican, okay? And we need not just somebody who can continue that tradition, but somebody who can make it even better. I believe Byron Donalds is the man for the job. So we're not here to hear me speak. I got one more state rep. A lot of you may know him. He's the second best looking state rep in the Florida House. Please give a warm welcome to Representative Danny Alvarez.
All right.
Thank you. From the second best rep in Florida, it is nice to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, look, we are in the golden age of Florida. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that we are leading the nation, and to be honest with you, we are leading the world. When it comes to economics, when it comes to commerce, when it comes to freedom, when it comes to the Florida way of life. We are the jewel. This is the time, and we're about to welcome the guy who's going to take us in the next 20. If you think about it, just put your thinking hat on for a second. Why is everybody coming here? It's not because we just happened to fall upon some good ideas and then we institute them. It took work. It took a foundation. It took a lot of effort to get here. And could you imagine that we just pop somebody in the governor's house and we just throw it all away, like we're going to do a do-over or we're going to start over? That's not how this works. We owe it to everyone that's come before us to get this right. And the time has come. Listen, we're very, very lucky in Florida that we have some major players and a lot of people that have chosen to run for governor. Do you know how lucky it is that we have the caliber of human beings that want to help lead this state? But Florida has chosen. Florida has coalesced, right? And Florida has coalesced around one man that's going to take all of that hard work and take us into the future and continue the Florida Freedom Way. So will you give me a little bit of help and make the roof come off this place and help me welcome Florida's next governor, Mr. Byron Donalds.
Tampa, Florida, how are you doing this evening? You know, look, before I even get to remarks, and by the way, I'm blown away with all the people that are here, to our World War II veterans. Gentlemen, you made the sacrifice that no other generation was asked to make, and that sacrifice has allowed us to continue to be the greatest nation man has ever known. Thank all three of you, the brothers you served with, even the ones who weren't able to come home. Thank you so much for all your service and sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you. Well, look, I got to tell you, first of all, Michael, Danny, this is big. You guys did a big thing here. I appreciate this, I really, really do. You know, because when you're crisscrossing the state and you're going from city to city and county to county, the number one thing you hope is that when you walk into a room, people are there. Because if they're not there, it doesn't look good. Let's just say it that way. It doesn't look good. But I appreciate you both. Thank you guys for having my back, being in my corner. But bigger than that, thank you for having Florida's back and being in Florida's corner. Give it up for Michael Owen and Danny Alvarez. We got a lot of officials here. I know I saw Randy Maggard. Where's Randy? He's somewhere around. Where is he at? Randy Maggard's all the way over there. Hey, Randy, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Kevin Steele, state representative. He's over there. Hey, Kevin. So, you know, when I was in the Florida House, this lady, she was giving me hell on the House floor when we were debating bills. Susan Valdez, where is she at? Susan, you were giving me hell when I was in the Florida House. I love you. I love you. She was always good to me. She was always good to me. Karen Gonzalez Pittman. Karen, I know you're somewhere around here. I saw you. Oh, there she is. Man, how'd you get over there so fast? You left these guys over there. You made it over there. And so Brad Yeager, where's he at? Brad, where's he? Did he make it? No, he didn't make it. Okay. All right, I think I got everybody. Listen, we are the best state in America. Yes, sir. We are number one. I tell them all the time when I'm in D.C., these other congressional delegations, they go, no, Byron, we're better than you guys. And I'm like, come on, please, stop it. You come here, you sneak out of your state, and you come to ours. Everybody's coming here. The Florida dream is on fire. We have been the hottest state in America for the last 30 years. And let me tell you why. I came to this state 30 years ago when I was 17 years old. I came here with nothing. And in that time, that same year, something happened in Tallahassee, Florida. For the first time since Reconstruction, Republicans took control of the Florida House of Representatives 30 years ago. One of my colleagues, Dan Webster, who represents the villages. Dan Webster was the first Republican Speaker of the House since Reconstruction. And since that election 30 years ago, we have not looked back as a state. We have had great governors in our state who led the way through all different types of times. You had Rick Scott lead our state during the worst recession since the Great Depression. And when he was running for governor 16 years ago, he had his two models. One was 700,000 jobs in 7 years, and the other was let's get to work. 8 years ago, we had another congressman running for governor. And Congressman Ron DeSantis became Governor Ron DeSantis. And when they wanted to shut down Florida and COVID-19, he said, hell no. And a funny thing happened when he made that decision. A whole lot of people started becoming Floridians. Oh, the ones who laugh are the ones who came. Okay, I get it. I get that. The radical Democratic left says that Florida engaged in culture wars. No. Ron DeSantis engaged in common sense. And we have become the pinnacle of conservative leadership here in Florida. But now, in 63 days, there is going to be a new Republican nominee for governor in Florida. And I'm telling you, as your next nominee for governor, we are going to make sure that Florida will always remain the free state of Florida, the conservative state of Florida, the red state of Florida, because we are going to keep Florida red this November. I mean, look, I'm here to tell you, it's great to be number one. It's great. I tell this story more and more. I was in Texas a year ago. I was in Dallas. And when you're in Dallas, the Texans, they have a swagger about them. Somebody let a Texan in the room? Where's that Texan at? I'm playing. No, that's okay. You're going to love this part. Ready? You stay with me. Stay with me. I see you now. You can't turn away. I got you. So I'm in Dallas. I'm doing an event. And when I'm in the room, it's full of Texans. And they have their hats, and they have their swagger, and they mean it. And I'm in the front of the room, and they're helping me. And I said to them, it is my honor to be in the second best state of all of America. You see, when you're number one, it's awesome. But the hard part is staying number one. The job for us is not just to rest on our laurels. It's just not to celebrate the freedom. The job now is to maintain that freedom and preserve that freedom for the next generation of Floridians who we're going to call Florida home. That's the job now. And there's many things that we have to do. Listen, I've been traveling the state for the last 16, 17 months. Affordability is on everybody's mind. Everybody's thinking about it. You guys are going to go to the polls this November and you're going to decide the future of property taxes. It is now in your hands to make that decision. And I support what the governor's trying to do. Because for one very simple reason, you are not a never-ending piggy bank for government. You're not. You're red-blooded Americans who want to live the Florida dream like everybody else has before our time. But on insurance, we're going to do more to push down costs. The governor and the legislature did great work in tort reform. We're going to keep that work in place. But we have to reform our regulatory system in insurance. By the way, I worked in the private sector for 17 years, before politics, banking, insurance, and financial services. Nobody else running for governor has ever worked in the private sector, except me. I think it's time that we have a governor that's actually worked in the private sector to challenge and take on the issues of affordability in this state. So we don't play politics with affordability. We actually get the job done with real results and real solutions. We're going to announce a reform package in insurance in Florida to change some of our regulatory system, to push those costs down. And then when you're talking about affordability, you also got to talk about permitting. Because 30% of the cost of a new home is government. Government permitting, government delays, government time, waiting on government, on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, we got supercomputers in our pockets. You all do. We're building the same houses we've been building since Hurricane Andrew. The only difference is the rendering and the finishing and whatever couch you look like and your appliances. That's the different stuff. The core is basically the same. We are going to speed up permitting and planning for building homes and building roads in our state. Because the longer it takes to get these jobs done, the more expensive it is to get these jobs done. And let me be clear with you, those expenses are not being borne by developers or contractors. They are being borne by moms and dads and small business owners and customers. They are the ones who bear the costs. It is time for government to be lean. It is time for government to be efficient. It is time for government to be fully transparent. And as your next governor, we are going to deliver to have the most efficient state in all of America. I mentioned a little bit about accountability. Everybody likes Doge. Oh, y'all don't like it? I like it. Well, let me tell you something. The Doge audits are going to stay. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. And it's not just going to be for county government and municipal government and school boards. It is going to be for state agencies and every office of state government. There will be no sacred cows in the future of Florida. We are going to lead a lean and efficient government where you have all the information about what's being spent and how it's being spent. And you know how you get a text message, unfortunately, if there's a child abduction and there's an Amber Alert? You know how you get a text message when there's a storm brewing in the Gulf of America and it's on its way? By the way, isn't that a great name, the Gulf of America? In Florida, when the Doge audits are done, you're going to get a ding. And it's going to say, the Doge audit for Hillsborough County is now available. And you can click on that link and go in there and look through it. In Florida, you're going to get a ding. The audit on the Department of Juvenile Justice is now available. And you will be able to look through it and look at it and analyze it. We're a government in the sunshine, but we need to make sure that information is in one place to make it easy for you, the citizens of the state, to look through it and hold me accountable, hold the legislature accountable, hold local government officials accountable, because we don't work for ourselves. We work for you, and it is your money, and we're going to be transparent with your money, and we're going to be responsive with your money. With what's to come in Florida, defending the Florida dream, you're going to see an expansion in our economy. We already have a top 10 economy in the world. We're getting real close to top 10. Our economy has always been built around agriculture and transportation and healthcare and tourism, transportation, construction. Our economy going forward is also going to be built around finance and aerospace and commercial space and defense and tech. Because I don't know if you've seen this, but over the last year and a half, we have a lot of titans of industry who are fleeing New York, they're fleeing Illinois, they're fleeing California because those states are stupid. They are dumb. You got this clown Mamdani talking about raising property taxes. How dumb. Dumb. You got Kathy Hochul. I guess she knows who was on the Knicks championship team now because she didn't know about it 2 weeks ago. She didn't even know. We all know that Gavin Newsom's the worst governor in the country. They don't like him. But side note, you have these guys who swear they're doing a bang-up job, but they are failures at Milton Friedman's #1 rule about public policy. Milton Friedman, if you've not heard of him, you should look him up. He still has YouTube videos to this day that explain economics better than most of these so-called experts on CNBC and Fox Business. He's one of the best ever, won the Nobel Prize in economics. And Milton Friedman said you can judge the policy of a city or a state by the movement of feet. Because people will leave jurisdictions that are dumb and don't make any sense, and they will go to places that are smart and use common sense. That's why they're coming to Florida, and they're bringing that economic growth with them. So our economy is going to expand. And so we're going to have to be smart about managing our growth because people are going to choose Florida. So we got to make sure the roads are being built and expanded efficiently. We have to make sure there's housing for the people who want to call Florida home into the future. And let me be very clear. My sons are 22, 18, and 15. My wife, Mrs. Donalds, who, by the way, is from Tampa, Florida, and she's a 6th-generation Floridian. She wants her sons, she wants the 7th generation to raise their kids and build their Florida dream here in our great state. That's what she wants. And so, as any good husband, husbands, if your wives are here, don't look at your wife. Keep your eyes on me. I'm helping you right now. As any good husband, when your wife says, this is what I need, I heard yes, dear. I heard do it. All the husbands, their mouths are tight-lipped. No husband is speaking right now. I love it. We do need better schools. But let me tell you what we need for our kids. You see, I've talked a lot about growth and economics. We've talked about the future and what's coming. We talked about our economy and what's here. We also have to protect our resources. I didn't forget schools, I'm coming there. We got to protect our ag lands because we don't just feed Floridians, we feed the eastern seaboard in the United States of America. We have to protect our rural fringe because as I travel the state, that's the beauty of Florida, and it must be protected. We got to balance what's going to come with what has made us great. I was in Lake Okeechobee this morning on a fan boat, not in this suit. No. I wasn't, listen, the Glades are awesome, but you don't go out in Lake Okeechobee in a suit. That just don't look good. That's not the right look. But I was out on Lake Okeechobee this morning. I've been there 3 times. Been out on the lake on a fan boat 3 times. I've represented rural Florida. I've represented suburban Florida. We all share this magnificent state together. We have to protect this magnificent state together. And as your next governor, we are going to maintain the beauty that is Florida. But I want to wrap up because I want to make sure I get a chance to greet as many of you as I can. But I can't wrap up without acknowledging our future. Our future is not just economics and development. It's not just new technologies and the future of space. The future of Florida, our future success, are our kids. Their success is our success. You want to talk about what's going to allow Florida to continue to be number one? We have to have a world-class K-12 education system here in Florida. Not number one in America. Not number one in America. Number one in the world. It starts with making sure that our young kids can actually read at grade level. And bringing all the interventions necessary to make that happening. If a kid needs tutoring, we're going to get it to them. We want our teachers to use evidence-based reading curricula, the science of reading, to make sure that they're just not reading simple text in the 3rd grade, they're reading complex text in the 10th grade. We want to have personalized success plans for our kids. Because guess what? I'm 47 now. There isn't one way to be successful. There's multiple ways to be successful. And we want to arm parents with the success plan for their child. So if your daughter has the math skills to be an engineer, that we know where to put her next on that trajectory to high school graduation and beyond. If that young boy has high-level reading skills, that we put him on a pathway to college to make sure that he's going into the career that's going to help him put food on the table. Maybe he's going to be a physician, or who knows what he's going to do. I was at a steel plant in Polk County a couple of weeks ago, Imperial Polk. Because you better say Imperial Polk. If you go over there and say Polk County, they're going to be it's Imperial Polk. That's what it is when you go over there. I met a young girl, 19 years old. She was a welder. 19. And they said she's the best welder we have. 19 years old. If we have young kids who they have the talent to go directly into the workforce and directly into the trades, we shouldn't shy away from that. We should have a personalized success plan for that to help that child accomplish their Florida dream. And last but not least, in K-12, we got to have a Launchpad initiative for our kids who are going into the workforce. And that's not just the trades. If they're going into some aspect of the workforce, whether it's healthcare, construction, hospitality, you name it, let those kids get an internship and an apprenticeship and on-the-job training while they're in junior year and senior year of high school. So that, let them get it. Let them get it. Let them get it. So that when they walk across that stage at high school graduation and their mama runs up to them and hugs their neck and says, "I'm so proud of you, you made it." They're just not graduating high school with a diploma and no plan. They're graduating high school in Florida having mastered math, reading, and writing, having had their education on the pathway for them to be successful, and now they have a launch pad into their career. That's what it means to have a world-class K-12 education system in the world today and going into the future. If we prepare our kids to take the mantle of the greatness of this state, there'll be no stopping us. The guys in Texas will just be like, dang, they'll look just like the San Antonio Spurs. Oh, man, we're number 2. I'm going to pause for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to speak it now because that's where we're going to end up in a couple of months. We have with us the soon-to-be Speaker Designate of the Florida House of Representatives, Representative Jennifer Kennedy is with us. And I thank you for being here. Thank you. Back to business. they're going to be like the San Antonio Spurs. My friend Vivek Ramaswamy in Ohio is talking about how he wants to be number one, and I tell him, Vivek, it's all good, baby. Nothing wrong with being number 3. My good friend Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee is running to be Tennessee's next governor. I saw her last week. She's a sweet lady and she's a nice lady. And I tell her there's nothing wrong with rounding out the Final Four. But let's be very clear. There is only one state that is going to be number 1. That's Florida. There is only one state that is going to define conservatism in America. That's Florida. There is only one state where common sense and law and order will continue to reign. That's Florida. And there is only going to be one state that's going to show the other 49 how to get the job done, and that is the great state of Florida. God bless you, Tampa. God bless you, Tampa. God bless Florida, and God bless America.
That was Byron Donalds campaigning in Tampa. Now let me give you a live look right now in France. Several helicopters coming in for a landing. We know Air Force One is sitting on the tarmac at this airport in France, where the G7 summit has come to an end. President Trump speaking earlier today and taking a number of questions from reporters who attended the summit after several days of meetings in France. The president is going to be leaving that part of France and going to be heading to Paris, where he is going to be meeting up again with the French president, Emmanuel Macron, who was also at the G7 summit. The president, those two presidents, I should say, France and the United States, are going to be meeting and spending some time at the Palace of Versailles, is our understanding. So we are waiting to see President Trump, and he will be boarding Air Force One shortly. You can see the wing of it there right at the top of your screen. We don't know which of these helicopters might be carrying the president, but we do expect to see him shortly. I know he often will stop and speak with reporters. I doubt he would do that in this instance here, just because of the fact that he just wrapped up a news conference. That might be Marine One coming in for a landing right now. Those other military helicopters potentially escorting that chopper carrying the president. Again, unclear where exactly the president is, but that looks like that could be his helicopter right there. So we wait to see President Trump, who again wraps up a busy couple of days, not just with all of the meetings between all these world leaders at the G7. We know he met earlier with the Prime Minister of India and then held that news conference today, as did several other world leaders. But we also know, obviously, we're learning some new details about the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran. You heard President Trump make some references to that and that signing later this week that he said he might be a part of, but it might be up to the vice president. There, according to reports, a 14-point draft agreement between the U.S. and Iran, several different points in that, one of them being an end to military hostilities on all fronts, according to the reports that we are seeing on that. And as the camera widens out here, you see Air Force One in the foreground and all the folks who are part of the president's traveling party getting off those other helicopters that have since landed on the tarmac. And that does appear to be Marine One carrying the president in the background there that we saw. So we will see him shortly. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Dawn reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are watching as the await the president disembarking from Marine One. Expect him to board on Air Force One any minute now as he gets ready to leave the G7 summit in France. Going to be Marine One, likely carrying the president. So we saw this, more members of the staff and the traveling party there. We expected that one to be that helicopter carrying the president. So we will continue to monitor that again this afternoon as we learn more about the draft agreement between the U.S. and Iran. 14 points, U.S. and Iran declaring an end to all military operations on all fronts. That expected to be part of that draft agreement from what we have heard. And the vice president is expected to be a part of that signing later this week in Switzerland. And President Trump kind of non-committal when it came to his involvement in that ceremony. Let me go ahead and pull up this live picture again here, and we will watch live as the helicopter kind of taxis around to the other side, and we watch to see President Trump board Air Force One as he gets ready again for another few days. He's not immediately leaving France. He is going to be spending some additional time there, where he will be meeting with Emmanuel Macron and the French president at the Palace of Versailles. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up the audio here, and we'll just take in the scene as President Trump gets ready to disembark Marine One and board Air Force One to continue his travels in France. Just moments ago, we saw Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent right there, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Secretary of State Marco Rubio getting off the plane, and here comes President Trump. Again, President Trump going to be heading to Paris, where he's going to spend some time with French President Emmanuel Macron, celebrating the U.S. 250th birthday. It's going to be a dinner being held at the Palace of Versailles as a symbol of the friendship between America and France. President Trump walking up the stairs to board Air Force One as we continue to get new details about the proposed agreement with Iran, the memorandum of understanding that includes plans for immediate waivers on Iranian oil exports, a framework for at least $300 billion in reconstruction and economic development, and a 60-day negotiation period aimed at securing a final agreement on Tehran's nuclear program. There's just some of the elements of what we are told is a 14-point plan as part of this memorandum of understanding. More details will come out of this. U.S. and Iran beginning discussions now on a final deal, according to Fox News reporting. And we will continue to break down the other details of that agreement, that memorandum, as we get them. So we're waiting on Air Force One to leave. We are just about out of time, though, here on Fox 35 News Plus, at least this hour. So keep it right here. We're going to take a break here. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and continue our live streaming news coverage. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 Plus as well. So I appreciate you joining us today. Been a busy day. We've been tracking a lot of things. Just a few moments ago, if you're just joining us, we watched President Trump get on board Air Force One. In fact, let me give you a live look right now, still sitting on the tarmac in France, where he has wrapped up at the G7 summit and then is going to be heading to Paris, where he will meet again with the French president, Emmanuel Macron, and they will have a dinner honoring the friendship between France and America, celebrating 250 years of American independence, and that will be at the Palace of Versailles. So we are watching Air Force One and waiting for its departure any minute now. A couple of other things I want to let you know that we are tracking this afternoon, and we'll have more coverage of here on Florida Live today. A couple of things, several things, actually. We are going to be talking about some new information in the Luigi Mangione case, accused of killing the CEO of United Healthcare. We now know that he is a little bit more about his defense and his strategy in court, and his claim that he will use a psychiatric defense in order to defend himself in court. We are also going to track the latest on this tropical storm, Arthur, that formed in the Gulf earlier today and could bring flooding to parts of Texas. And we are also following up on new information into the search for Nicole Baldwin, who has been missing since 2023, November of 2023. And investigators today continuing to search a pond and looking for answers in this. And that is actually where we begin right now, is by talking about this investigation, because Nicole Baldwin, a missing mother of three, her disappearance has been investigated as a homicide, and there's still not been a lot of answers in this, still so many questions. But again, potential signs of progress in an investigation as law enforcement continue to search a pond. And so joining us live now to give us some perspective and context when it comes to investigations like this, we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, joining us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you, Garrett. Good to be with you.
So obviously this is a case that has been very complicated. I mean, we're coming up on several years now that Nicole Baldwin has been missing. And so when we hear something like this, kind of renewed search efforts, ongoing search efforts, draining a pond, does that give us some hope that investigators may have gotten some sort of new information to kind of precipitate this?
Absolutely. I mean, it was very encouraging to see them out dredging this pond and draining it to go in and do that horrible search of that pond. So it's very encouraging, obviously, between the FBI and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Mount Dora Police Department. They've developed some type of lead, Garrett, that obviously led them to that pond, whereupon we're seeing that pond being drained and searched.
And this is one of those cases where we know they have brought in equipment. We know they have brought in dogs. They have done so much. Talk to us about some of the work that goes into cases like these, but some of the difficulties that that arise in a case like this as well.
Yeah, I mean, time is not on the investigator's side. This young woman went missing in 2023. Think about that. If you're disposed of in a pond or any type of water, your body is going to basically deteriorate, leaving nothing but bone matter and teeth. So there's certainly going to be paintasking grid searches for those items. In terms of the equipment, they want to drain that pond as safely as possible, not to ruin any evidence or flush any evidence out of that pond. So, using screening and other methods, they're going to go through that water with a fine-tooth comb, literally, to make sure nothing floated out of that pond. And then I've got to tell you, Garrett, we saw excavators there. We saw a track hoe, I believe. But what it's going to come down to is the men and women of the crime scene techs are going to be in there grid searching that. They're going to grid it off with ropes, if you will, or strings, and they're going to literally search every square inch of that. Florida is full of mud and sand. So they're going to have to get down deep. Things actually sink into the mud. So it's going to be a lot of work, but it was very encouraging to see that movement.
And like you said, with time not being on their side, I mean, if this is something, God forbid, her body is found in this lake where it could have been for several years now, I mean, this is something that even with them looking specifically for, signs of evidence and that kind of thing, it might not necessarily be that easy.
Well, you're exactly right. We know that she left some items at home that she normally would have taken with her. But here's the deal, dental records, teeth. There are going to be an array of bone matters that still should be intact, given the length of time that this woman presumably may be in this water. So, you're not going to find a complete full body here, but what you're going to find is skeletal remains. You have vegetation, you have fish, you have other items that is going to eat away the body. So luckily, there's no sharks in this lake. You're going to have big bone matters, you're going to have femurs, you're going to have finger bones. And here's the other thing, too. Any jewelry that she may have been wearing could also be discovered in that sifting process.
Take me inside the thinking of law enforcement here, because, I would imagine, Mount Dora police, we know, are doing everything they can here. I would imagine this is something that is a case that probably weighs on you if you're an investigator for something like this, because you want to have answers. You want to provide some sort of closure if you can. You want to get to the bottom of this, not just for yourself, but for those loved ones who desperately want answers. And so I'm curious what the kind of mentality is for law enforcement officers, detectives, whatever the case might be, in a case like this that has been so hard to crack, and that they're still pursuing whatever leads they can find.
Yeah, I can tell you the chief over there is a very good friend of mine, and I've worked with this man. I know a few of the Mount Dora officers and detectives. But Garrett, any agency, when you get a missing whodunit, vanished without a trace, that sends signals throughout your community. Are we safe? So you have to kind of quell the community to let them know that they're on top of it. But here's the deal: if you're an investigator and you're been in the business any length of time, if you're assigned to one of these cases, it becomes personal. You want to find this family member to give closure to the family that has, they have no answers. So that's first and foremost. But here's the big ticket item. Garrett, this woman vanished without a trace, presumably unalived. Who did it? So, could this suspect strike again? We know that the husband is sitting in prison for 15 years for computer-related crimes. If that's the person of interest, he certainly wouldn't be a threat to the community, but they really haven't jumped out in front to say, hey, he's our person of interest or he isn't. So, it's kind of to be announced on that. But certainly these men and women that wear the badge take it personal, and they want to find these missing people.
Yeah, we should note that those that the charges that her husband facing unrelated to this, and like you said, we do not know who a person of interest or suspect might be, if there is one, in her disappearance. And so that kind of segs into my next question here, and that is, what sort of evidence at this point could there be out there that investigators might expect to find that could help lead to charges or an arrest in this, if that is determined what is needed? Is that still something that, as time passes, there's still the potential for, or does it get harder and harder to prove that someone may have done something, or who may have done something?
Right. I mean, 2023, we're in 2026, right? So, you have a pool of persons of interest that they're probably looking at. And what you want to do is you want to start plucking those persons of interest out of that pool to lessen and eliminate people, right? In terms of evidentiary value, you're going to have DNA, you're going to have items that were left behind at the house, certainly could match up to a potential person of interest or a suspect. And going back to 101 data, who was she texting? Who was she calling? Did she have any type of arguments with anyone leading up to her disappearance? And the big question is here, what's the motive if it was foul play? We see people wander off all the time on their own accord, if they will, and unalive themselves. I just don't think this is that case. I certainly think there's a person behind this that's responsible. So you're going to go back and collect all the data. You're going to go through the computers, the phones, everything we see on all these cases. And then here's the other earshot part that we're not talking about. Witnesses, family members. Had she had an issue? Had they been arguing? And I've got to tell you, you look at family and friends first. I would be looking as an investigator at all the family members, especially if someone was arrested for some type of egregious computer crime. Did she have information before the arrest that she may have been sitting on that could have turned him in? We're not saying he's responsible. We're not saying he's certainly the person of interest, but I would be looking at that direction as well.
Certainly things that you would expect law enforcement to be doing just as routine parts of any investigations. But yes, like you said, we certainly don't have any indication or anything like that when it comes to this case. There's still a lot of questions about this, something we will continue to follow, and hopefully some answers soon for those loved ones when it comes to that case. It's been a hard one, a tough one with so many questions still. Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, always appreciate your perspective. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and right back after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Giving you a live look there in Orlando. Welcome back into Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we were just looking in Orlando. Not a bad looking afternoon out there, but that's not really where we're watching right now. We've got our eyes on the Gulf and this first tropical storm of the season.
Yes, that is some big news that happened today. The 11 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center came out and officially declared Tropical Storm Arthur. So that is name 1 on the list. And we are in hurricane season now, folks. So here's the latest. We just got the 2 p.m. update with the cone. And here's what we're seeing. So again, 2 p.m. right at the top of the hour is when this got released. Right now, this is a tropical storm just off the coast of Houston. So to kind of expand this image just a little bit, and we'll take you step by step through this cone. Here is what we can see, especially when it comes to where this is going to be affected, but also more importantly, where this is going, because even though this isn't going to be affecting us here in Central Florida, it is going to be impacting areas in Florida, and we'll talk about that coming up in just a few minutes. But right now, this is right in between, just heading up towards Galveston, heading towards Houston, holding 45-mile-per-hour winds. When we're talking about a tropical storm, anything over 37-mile-per-hour winds, that is what classifies as a tropical storm. So again, Tropical Storm Arthur has kind of just been following right along the Mexican-Texan coastline, and this is what's going to be working its way and kind of following up into the Louisiana coastline. It's continuing to follow up as we take a look towards the Mississippi and Alabama coastlines as well. So taking a little bit of a further look at the first official cone of the season, we can see that this is going to be a very short-lived storm. This isn't going to be one of those long, drawn-out storms that we're talking for days. By Thursday at 8 a.m., it's most likely going to be done. So it's a very short-lived storm, but boy, even though it is short-lived, it is going to cause a lot of impacts. And right now in Texas, Fox Weather was just showing buildings that are completely surrounded by water. So this is already causing a good amount of flooding. But by the time we head into a little bit later on, and even most likely later on tonight, we could be seeing the storm back down to a tropical depression. So just in a review, because it's been a while since we've actually talked about when things are updated. So the outlook, when we're talking about the potential for tropical activity, those blobs that we see on the map, discussing whether we are going to be seeing or not going to be seeing the potential for tropical activity, that gets updated at the 2 and the 8. So 2 a.m., 8 a.m., 2 p.m., and 8 p.m. That's when we're talking about the outlooks or what is going to be happening in the tropics over the next 7 days. Now taking a look, now that we have an actual cone that we need to keep tabs on, this is what we're talking about. So pathwise, when we're seeing the cone update itself, that is at 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. And then we're just talking about the position update or where the storm actively is right now. That is on the 2 and the 8s, just like the outlook. So just a little bit of a refresher of when you can find that updated information for sure. But we're talking about the cone in general, 5 and 11, and updates coming out on the position on the 2 and the 8s. So speaking of which, let's talk about the new position of this. We are right now keeping an eye on tropical storm warnings in effect in areas right across the Texan coastline as well down to Louisiana and even heading down towards New Orleans. So tropical storm warning, areas that are going to be impacted within the next 24 hours by tropical storm conditions. So over 37-mile-per-hour winds, possibly a lot of rain that could lead to flooding. And speaking of which, there's a lot of flood watches already out there. And some of these areas could be looking at upwards of 12 inches of rain as the system just rains itself out as it makes its way over the southeast. And as you can see, it does impact parts of Florida. It's not going to be impacting us here at home, but it will be dropping a good amount of rain, especially in the Panhandle, probably right up towards Panama City area. That's where we're going to be focusing, especially those areas that get close to home. But here is the current radar. You can see areas, especially right by Houston, seeing a lot of that rain, and that's what's just going to continue to work its way in across the New Orleans area, up into Mississippi, Alabama, and working its way towards Atlanta. So that is what we can see out there right now. And here's just another look at the active radar. And you can even just see those outer bands or some of that moisture kind of already working its way just north of Jacksonville associated with this storm as it kind of rides across this cold front that's laced also over the southeast. But as we're talking rainfall totals, check this out. As we head through the next couple of days, it is going to be a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So here's over the next 7 days. Some areas could be seeing upwards of 10 inches of rain by the time this thing is completely done and over with. So first tropical storm of the season. Again, this is now named Arthur. Next one is Bertha, and that's the next name that we're going to be focusing in on. Good news, other than what we're tracking right now, no other tropical activity expected, Garrett.
That is certainly good, but you showed us the rainfall map there, and if you want to pull that back up again, yeah. Some of the rain that we'll see is partly to blame from this storm or this system moving across the United States?
We will see a little bit of that tropical moisture, but ultimately it's going to be from our very typical sea breezes. Yes, that's going to help lead into the humidity, some of that moisture that's in the air, going to be working its way into us here in Central Florida, and that's what's going to be making it feel really, really hot out there. And some of that tropical moisture that's over the atmosphere, especially when we're talking about those sea breeze collision storms, that's what's going to put us at risk for some of those daily downpours. And just this past weekend when we had that tropical moisture over the region, some areas walked away with over 5 inches of rain Saturday night. So it was a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and we're going to be continuing to see this, but it's kind of the sea breezes and the tropical moisture working in tandem that's going to be creating the rainfall that we're seeing here in Central Florida specifically.
Because the big story here over the next couple of days is the heat.
First off, when I walked out the door just today, this morning at about 9 a.m. to take the dog for a walk, instant sweat.
Yep.
Instant sweat. And I just stepped outside just a few minutes ago, and it is like that as well. So first and foremost, if you are heading to any of the theme parks, biggest advice, take it easy. I'm personally one is if I'm going to the theme parks, it is a sun up to sundown. We are going and we are making the most out of the day. Take it easy. Hydrate, make sure you're definitely taking your time because, boy, it's hot out there and it's going to continue to stay hot as we take a look at the next 7 days. And you can kind of just see that haziness. That's how you know it's hot out there. Because as we do take a look at the radar, there's nothing. There's maybe a spot storm out there currently, but we're just seeing a few very spotty storms popping up over the Villages, Spring Hill. Other than that, radar is quiet for now. We're going to see more storms popping up a little bit later on today. But for the most part, it's going to be hot and it's going to be humid as we head into the later half of the day. But just check out those temperatures, Garrett. It's going to be in the mid 90s here in Orlando. And with that humidity, it's probably going to be making things feel much worse. So as we head through the next couple of days, today is a storm team alert day because of the heat. Thursday and Friday, kind of the mix for both the storms and the heat, because again, it is just going to feel so muggy out there. Some areas could be feeling as if it is 111 degrees. Are you kidding? And just taking a look at the forecast highs for tomorrow, we're going to see those temperatures in the upper 90s. So we could be flirting with record highs tomorrow. And on top of that, let's just add in what the feels like is going to be with the humidity because, yeah, it's going to be hot out there. It's going to be feeling like 107 in Orlando, 110 in Titusville, 107 also in Daytona Beach. So personally, the beach, it's the way to go, especially over the theme parks. Maybe the water parks for sure, but it is just going to be hot out there. So especially through the next couple of days, take it easy. But unfortunately, the heat isn't going anywhere fast. It is still going to be hot over the next couple of days, because as we do take a look at the heat index, even through the weekend, taking a look ahead to Father's Day, it is still going to be hot and humid, and especially looking ahead to the weekend, that's when we can see more of the potential for some widespread storms. So it could lead to a little bit of a pack of a punch with a few of those storms as well.
Isn't Sunday the summer solstice?
The 21st.
Yeah, coming up on Sunday.
Let me check because
it's Father's Day. So we're really getting a head start on the summer. The summerness.
Good job. It has been one of those weeks where I can never figure out what day it is. So good job, Garrett.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at me knowing what day it is. Because anyone who watches on a regular basis knows that's something that I really struggle with is knowing
what day it is.
Knowing what day it is. So yeah.
Good job. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Good job.
But it is, I mean, we are already very much in that summer pattern.
Yes.
And are going to be for a while.
And this is a little bit on the more, not extreme side, but it's a little bit more out of the ordinary, because normally we see these conditions as we're taking a look ahead towards the dog days of summer. I'm talking middle of January, middle of July, middle of August, like the absolute dead center of summer is when we're kind of talking about these conditions. Summer hasn't even started yet, and we are already starting to feel those very hot conditions, and not even just very hot, those very humid conditions as well. So this is going to be just one of those couple of days where you have my permission. to just take it easy. Just enjoy, maybe sit by the pool, find a friend who has a pool, maybe try to get over there and just enjoy for a little bit, because that is going to be the way to go, especially over the next couple days.
Well, if we have your permission to take it easy, then that's the only permission we need.
That's it. I'll sign off on a note for you.
That's right. That is the way to go. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. Let me give you another live look at downtown Orlando. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Let me give you a live look right now at the Federal Reserve, where we expect to hear from Kevin Warsh any minute now. He's the new Fed chairman who just oversaw his first meeting, and we are seeing from multiple reports that the Fed going to be holding interest rates steady. So we'll hear from him coming up in a little bit. We'll likely listen into some of that news conference as well. Right now, though, we are following up today on some high-profile cases that get national attention and some major updates in them today. We're talking about the cases against Luigi Mangione, who is accused of killing the United Healthcare CEO. And we're also talking about the case of Tyler Robinson, who is the accused Charlie Kirk shooter. So a couple of updates in those cases and some major developments in that. And so joining us live now to talk about these cases, what we know about them, and what some of these terms mean as well. We are pleased to be joined this afternoon by defense attorney Jose Rivas, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Jose, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Pleasure to be here today.
So first, Jose, let's start with the Luigi Mangione case. Finding out today that he's going to use a psychiatric defense in that murder case. First of all, explain to us what this means and what that might look like in this case.
Well, Well, New York is very unique in that they have what we call an affirmative defense. It's an extreme emotional disturbance. And what that means is that the defendant was in some kind of extreme emotional state causing a profound loss of self-control. In other words, there's reasonable explanation that the emotional state from the defendant's viewpoint. In other words, it's a partial defense that the defense must prove preponderance of the evidence. So it's a very low standard. But that doesn't mean that he gets acquitted if the jury buys the idea. What it means is that it goes from murder to a first-degree manslaughter, which would reduce his sentencing from life down to a maximum of 25 years.
And so what would the defense then have to prove, or how would they go about proving that he was going through that emotional disturbance or distressed state, whatever the exact wording is? How do they go about showing that?
Well, again, extreme emotional disturbance. They're going to bring in experts. There's going to be a battle of the experts. They're going to bring in an expert to testify, and at this point, we don't really know what the emotional disturbance is yet. And now, New York has certain, statutes and certain exceptions. For example, if you find your gender orientation, that's not an excuse. But the defense is going to come in. He's under this emotional disturbance, which he lost self-control. That's what the defense needs to prove. Now, the prosecution is going to say, he has self-control, and how they're going to disprove the defensive theory is going to be how he planned. For example, did he go out and buy a firearm? Did he look where this individual was? Any planning that led up to the murder, the prosecution is going to use to defeat the defense's idea that he lost self-control during this criminal act.
This is something that, if convicted, instead of going to prison, would end up in a psychiatric facility. Now, the judge, we know, has also called the defense to submit more documentation. That deadline, I believe, is tomorrow. What sort of things is this something where they have to kind of meet a certain threshold for the judge, or show some things before this is something that they can move forward with, similar to like Stand Your Ground is here in Florida?
Well, usually before a judge is going to want to rule or hear any evidence, they want to know, discovery, or they want to know what each party is going to be presenting to the court, so they have a little bit of time to research it. And like, what exhibits are we going to use? We don't want to sit here in court and argue over which exhibits are admissible. They usually want both parties to share the exhibits, then they can determine and come to some kind of compromise what's going to be admitted. It saves the court a lot of time. But what I also want to make very clear, this is not an insanity defense. When you have an insanity defense, what that means is that you're found not guilty by insanity. That means you're acquitted, you go home. No, what this means is that if the jury buys that he was under emotional disturbance, extreme emotional disturbance, what that means is that instead of being found guilty of murder, he'll be found guilty of manslaughter, which would decrease his penalty from life down to 25-year max. So it doesn't mean that he's going to go to a hospital. He's still going to go to prison. He just has less exposure.
Now, I want to transition now, and let's talk about the Tyler Robinson case. He's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk, and we learned today that his roommate and alleged lover as well received some limited immunity in exchange for a recorded statement and some communications that prosecutors want to use. So when we hear use immunity, which is what we heard from the prosecutors in this, what does that mean? What does that tell us, and what does that do to shield the roommate?
Well, this is one of the oldest strategies in our legal system. In other words, those who know the most usually get the least penalty. So what happens is, usually before this immunity, there was what we call a proffer. A proffer is where you walk into a room and then you're going to pretty much tell everything that you know to the prosecution, but they cannot use it against you other than to impeach you. In other words, attack credibility. So what they've done is, sometimes when they need his testimony, or they need him to testify against a defendant, they're going to say, listen, we need you to testify. We want you to tell us, under oath, in order to acquire this conviction, in this case of the defendant. So what happens, they'll give him some kind of immunity. And a lot of times they'll give him, they'll say, I'll tell you what, we'll reduce your sentencing, or we're not going to come in and charge you if you tell us you had some kind of participation. Immunity just means we're going to protect you if you cooperate. In other words, if you want to help yourself, help us get this conviction.
So would that mean then if there were things that were found that could potentially otherwise lead to some sort of penalty or charges, that he is shielded from any sort of of consequence from what they learned from these statements, or completely in general?
Well, I mean, it would tell me that if there was no risk of him being charged with anything, he wouldn't need any immunity. So they want him to kind of spill the beans, so to speak. They want him to come in and tell us everything you know, but don't be in fear that we're going to come in and charge you. So that's what they're pretty much telling. We're going to protect you, but you have to help us. We want you to come in. You want to testify. Most people don't want to testify, but in reality, and I assume he has representation. There's no reason to testify and ask for immunity if you have nothing to risk.
Jose Rivas, criminal defense attorney and one of our legal analysts that we love speaking with. Always enjoy talking with you, Jose. Thank you so much. You do a great job explaining these things for us, and thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live.
Thank you for having me.
We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Want to give you a live look at Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, speaking live right now after the decision to leave interest rates unchanged right now. A lot of talk in the meeting earlier about inflation and those pressures being felt. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Drivers of inflation, first principles, and weigh the full range of ideas for delivering price stability in a changing economy. You'll hear quite a bit more about these task forces and this overall initiative in the coming weeks. Enough for now to make a simple statement. Each task force will serve an objective shared by everyone in the system, shared by everyone around that table that I sat with over the last couple of days. A Federal Reserve that is clear-eyed about its mission, fit for purpose, and focused on the future. And with that, I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to take your questions.
Howard Schneider.
Hi, Chairman Howard Schneider with Reuters. Good to see you again, and welcome back. This is a lot to be putting in motion so fast. What is the timeline you have in mind for each of these?
So I think it'll depend on the task force. It also depends on the urgency in which we need clear answers. My expectation, I'm still in the business of recruiting and finalizing them, my expectation is the task forces will begin work in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start to get some more information from them, some more framing of how they see things starting in the fall end, hopefully most, if not all of them, concluding by year end.
And just specifically on the inflation framework, you talk about first principles. Does this include a review of the 2% target itself? You've mentioned that things to the right of the decimal point don't matter. Should this be starting from a premise that 2% as a point estimate is too strict?
Let me break that into two pieces. First, on the inflation framework review, their remit is what are the drivers of inflation? What's the Fed's responsibility for inflation? In part, how do we measure inflation? But that'll overlap with my data group. On the 2% inflation objective, that is the Federal Reserve's long-held objective of 2%. You've heard me say before, I tend to focus on the left of the decimal point. Well, the 2 is the left of the decimal point. For now, 0 is to the right. I see no reason until we have reestablished our commitment and ability to deliver on the 2% inflation objective to revisit that. So that'll be outside the scope of what we're taking on.
Colby.
Thank you so much. Colby Swift from the New York Times. You've in the past said that inflation is a choice, and in the policy statement, it includes this pledge to deliver price stability, as you've reiterated today. But looking at the SEP, the bulk of your colleagues expect core PCE to run around 3.3% by year end, and for the 2% inflation target not to be reached until 2028. So I'm curious how patient you think the Fed can afford to be at this juncture in terms of waiting for one-time inflation waves to wash through and for underlying inflation to step down after so many years of inflation running above target, and under what circumstances you would support the Fed taking some action and raising rates.
Sure. So quite a bit there. Let me try to break that into pieces. First, we have the capability and commitment to deliver on our price stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is. I've said for years inflation is a choice. You bet it is. And today I'm announcing that this committee unambiguously and unanimously have decided we are going to deliver on that. The rest of your questions sounded like an encouragement for me to give forward guidance. We've dropped forward guidance. Some along the committee, I think, dropped it, I suspect, from our discussion the last couple of days, because they said at this moment in time, it doesn't feel as though providing forward guidance is right. Others have, I'd say, different views and think as a general proposition, forward guidance isn't the business we should be in. But that'll be taken up by the Task Force on Communications and my policymaker colleagues. We're going to listen hard to what the experts say and make our own decision. But I can't give any forward guidance about what we're going to do next. The good news is we'll be meeting in 6 weeks.
So just following up, I guess, on the current policy settings, then, I am curious how restrictive you think things are at the current moment, given the flow of data that we've seen and, forecasts that are coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I've heard characterizations both inside and the Fed about that. I'll give you my own. It's uneven. If I look at the housing markets as one example, Fed policy isn't the single determinant of the state of the housing market, but broadly I would say Fed policy appears to be somewhat restrictive. I would have a hard time managing to say those words if I were to see what's happening in financial markets. So I'd say it's uneven. That's perhaps a function of different transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, whether monetary policy is coming from our interest rate tool or our balance sheet tool. But the good news, we have a task force on that too, and the balance sheet task force will be looking more at that subject.
Mike McKee.
You've said you don't like forward guidance. You dropped it from the statement this time. But with the dot plot, 9 members suggested that they want a rate increase by the end of the year, and the markets have taken that as forward guidance. So what does this mean in terms of how you guide the markets and in terms of what the dot plot's future is?
I'm going to have to give you the same answer I gave to Ms. Smith. We've got a task force for that. I'll give you a little bit more. I reviewed the dot plots, and when I saw the submissions, I noted that all the submissions were coming in with pencils, you know, those kind with the big erasers. That's to say that I think my colleagues around the table, when they submitted their dots, understand the world is changing quite quickly. And they didn't feel bound by them 6 weeks from now or 6 days from now in the event that their circumstances change. I'll note a couple other things. What I heard around the table was, as they submitted their modal forecasts, to be clear, weren't, this was more likely than not. This was more likely than their other scenarios. So I didn't hear tons of conviction. What I heard was the kind of humility that I think we should have. I did not submit a dot. For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy. I suspect by year end, as I mentioned in my opening statements, there'll be a review about communications broadly. Press conferences, dots, meetings and the like, transcripts, minutes. This will be part of that. I don't want to prejudge the outcomes there, but I'm pretty open-minded about what they could be. And I was just incredibly impressed over the last couple of days. My colleagues over the last 2 days, and frankly over the first 3 weeks I've been here, they've been very open about changes. Change isn't easy, change is filled with risk, but our number one goal is to get monetary policy right. The way to get monetary policy right is to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us, to deliver on price stability, and there was no disagreement on any of those points.
At the risk of possibly getting the same answer about task forces, communications, what is your feeling about these news conferences? Are you going to continue one after every meeting? Do you find them useful? What is the future for the way Kevin Warsh will communicate?
Well, this one's probably got another 15 or 20 minutes in it, so I don't want to prejudge the outcome. Press conferences can be a very useful way to communicate with households, businesses, and more broadly through using the likes of you. I had a great old mentor named George Shultz, and his mantra was press conferences are useful, but when you have one, you want to make sure you have something important to say. Today, I think we had something important to say about our commitment to deliver on price stability, our commitment to rethink practices with an eye of moving the Fed forward, and to give you and the American people a sense that these aren't idle thoughts, these are concrete thoughts, that we're going to seek out the best minds, both the best thinking inside of the Federal Reserve and the best people I know in business and economics and the academy and technology and the rest, to share their views. That's what we're going to be doing here, the pursuit of truth. I think we're going to come up with some new and interesting things. We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well be worthy of a press conference.
Chris Rugaber.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thanks for taking our questions. Could you give us a sense of how you see inflation more in the long term? I know you may not want to comment on the ups and downs, but is this mainly driven by energy prices in the Iran war at this point, or do you have any concerns about underlying inflation pressures in the economy? Thank you.
So I can't do much better than the committee just did, so let me restate it. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy. The paragraph goes on to say, but to be clear, the Fed will deliver price stability. My own judgment is the committee spent quite a bit of time, not just in 2 days, but over iterations of a couple of weeks. That's what we're prepared to say about inflation, but the commitment to deliver is strong, unanimous, and unambiguous. And that's, I think, an important message. We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Well, great. And then just on the data task force and everything else, I mean, generally speaking, I think people feel the Fed looks at everything already. Certainly that was the sense from before. Is there data that you feel is not given enough weight? I mean, you mentioned the trim to mean in the past, but again, that's well known to certainly most Fed members. So what is that task force looking at, and what might be I mean, I know you don't want to prejudge the outcome, but are there examples of data that you expect might be given more weight? Thank you.
So you're answering my question. So let me say I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I also don't want to say too much about what they're going to do because I still have a phone call or two to make before I've nailed down the people that are doing that. I'm interested in what the outside experts' view is on the subject. I'll say this generally. Most of the data that central bankers and other government officials in the United States consume come with old-fashioned survey methods. National accounts of what the U.S. economy looks like that looks very little like the U.S. economy in 2026. Survey methods that don't have response rates that we need, asking questions that might have been quite applicable a generation ago that are less applicable now. So even inside of official statistics, I would be open-minded if the task force and our own best thinking had recommendations how those official statistics can be brought up to a standard of our time using new analytic methods. I'd also say this, almost every private company CEO that's running his or her business are doing so with real-time information that isn't subject to much revision, that is telling them what just happened at that very moment. As you know, there are normal, long and variable lags in the conduct of monetary policy. What we're really interested in is what's happening right now. What we're less interested in is echoes of history. And you're hearing from my answer that some of the data that we receive, that we're waiting on, the first Friday after the month, the payroll index or something else, that might be an echo of history that's quite useful on its third revision. We need to take those error bounds down because we have to make hard decisions in real time. I'm really open-minded that there is a lot of new data sources that we can learn from the private sector, from reforms in the official sector, and new analytic techniques that are far more refined than asking a simple question about whether something was core or non-core.
Change is coming to the Fed. That is the indication from Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, speaking at a news conference after committee deciding to leave interest rates unchanged at this time. We also heard from him talking about some work of some task forces that they're going to be creating at the Federal Reserve, specifically looking at addressing inflation, trying to focus on price stability, and a number of other things. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, as well as Fox 35 Plus. We are gearing up for another Team USA game on Friday. The U.S. men's national team going to be taking on Australia in the World Cup. That game on Friday afternoon in Seattle. You'll be able to watch it on Fox 35. Now, still some questions about star Christian Pulisic and what his status might be. He's been continuing to do separate practices, essentially some training by himself, as opposed to full practice with the team. So there's some concern about that. Still some questions surrounding that. The U.S. obviously coming off a big win against Paraguay on Friday night and looking to continue as they play Australia, who also won their first game. So here's what we heard from a couple of players, Brendan Aronson and Anthony Robinson, speaking with reporters today ahead of practice in Southern California.
Brendan, we got minutes, I think, Australia last time around. What was your take on that game, and what do you expect it to be like on Friday with all the chips on the table?
Yeah, I got some minutes last time we played Australia, and I thought, they were a very, very tough team to play against. In that game, it was a really, really close game. I think we played very well on the day, but we know that this is going to be a very tough World Cup match. Every game is very tough, no matter who you play against. And of course, with the team with Australia, they've made some really good runs in the last World Cup, so we need to be ready to go.
Christian Pulisic, we don't know his status as of yet. The opportunity may come up when you play. What does that mean to you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, for myself, of course, I'm always ready to play. I'm always ready to do my thing no matter what. Hopefully, Christian's going to be ready for the game because, he's a big player to us and we really want him to be there, of course. But, of course, everybody's got to be ready to go. The depth of this team is something that I've never seen before, and it's really nice, in trainings, the sub-training sessions after the game and stuff like this, you can see the level of quality, the level of talent, and I think it's just truly amazing, so we can rely on each other on any moment. And, like I said, coming up to this big Australia game, we're going to need everybody.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now we have the World Cup at home. Obviously, you guys are locked in on the games, but are you taking some time to sort of reflect and enjoy the moment in itself, whether it's trainings or just hanging out with the guys to know that this is once in a lifetime you're going to experience this?
Yeah, this is a great question because I think, the best times of, these World Cup, camps or World Cup, competition is just being able to be with the guys and watch the games. I think for me, that's the biggest one is when we're all sitting together watching the games. There's been, a couple times already at this camp where we sit down, we watch. I remember we were watching Messi yesterday, of course, score the hat trick. And yeah, just spending those moments together. And then also, we have an amazing setup in Laguna that we're very lucky about. So just being able to relax, spend time with the guys, take walks together. It's just, it's an amazing, moment, and we have to take it in.
What was it like watching the Argentina game yesterday? Or how are guys reacting?
Yeah, I mean, Messi's my favorite player of all time, of course. So to watch him at 38 years old score a hat trick was something, it's not normal. You know what I mean? So it was crazy to watch and amazing to watch with the guys. Everybody doing the Messi chant and stuff like that. So it was amazing.
It also took the pictures, but do you imagine maybe having your picture between Argentina or your
Yeah, of course. It would be amazing to play against Argentina. Of course, they're the World Cup defending champions, but, we're here to, try to go as far as we can and make it to the final. And, if we're able to play them along the way, that'd be amazing. But, we're ready for anybody in this tournament. We got to keep that attitude, and we're really just excited to keep moving on.
We've heard what you guys have done offensively so far. I'm just curious, when you watch France and Argentina yesterday, how do you think offensively you guys kind of match up with that firepower that they have?
Yeah, if you look at the first game against Paraguay, I think, it's a team that, if you look at all of their last results in competitive matches, they're not letting up more than 1 to 2 goals. And for us to go and score 4 goals against them was, it just shows the attacking quality that we have. Of course, France, Argentina, all these teams, they have so much quality. They have top players playing for top teams, but I think, the way that we attack, the way that we have talent in the attack, I think that it's just something different, and we need to, just keep the confidence high, because I think when all of our guys are high.
It was certainly a statement, certainly, no doubt, gave them some confidence, beating Paraguay 4-1 like that. And again, hoping to keep that rolling on Friday in Seattle when they take on Australia. That game you'll be able to watch on Fox 35. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. We are out of time, but I want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues. So if you're watching on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office releasing some body camera video showing what they're calling Operation Rolling Thunder, where they cracked down on speeders, 740 traffic stops, 594 citations, a number of different agencies involved in this. They also say they caught 12 super speeders, including a super speeder going over 100 miles an hour with young children in the car, a DUI case, a suspected DUI case where someone was going more than 120 miles an hour, and then a car full of 15-year-olds, they said, with guns. So I want to play for you some of the body camera video that was released from the Sheriff's Office showing how this operation went into effect.
What he said, we got probably some of the best canines sitting here. Don't run after somebody, lock a perimeter down, and let them do their job. All right? Have fun, and I'll be out there with you guys tonight.
How old are you? 20. What's that? 20. Get off the bike. You ever heard of the super speeder law?
No, sir.
You never heard of that?
No, sir. Oh, yeah, I do, actually, my buddy.
Do you think you're violating that?
No, sir.
Are you serious? Why are you going so fast?
Trying to get home. I had a long day at work. I'm excited for the weekend.
You got parents that love you?
Yes, sir.
You know how f***ed up it would be if I have to go to their house and tell them that you're dead because you wanted to get home? That makes no sense, does it? This is a criminal citation, okay? I'm going to put it in your pocket for you. Take care of it. I'm assuming this was not a good experience for you? All right, so what are we going to do in the future? You're good. You pick your hand down.
Keep the speed limit.
Well, it's not just the speed limit. The speed limit is not just a single thing that why you got into this. Cutting in and out of traffic, splitting cars, going over 100. All those things combined constitute willful and wanton reckless driving, which you could seize your bike, impound it, take it to jail. You understand that? So basically, here's the common sense approach. Anything that you do in a vehicle that you put yourself or someone else at danger is considered reckless. All right? You got a lot of life to live, so there's no reason to do that.
The other car was a silver BMW still.
Like everybody looks like they're doing this. Oh, there it is.
Woo! You call it stick it, right? Coming behind you guys. Coming behind you, Dean. Yep.
Driver, right? Yes. Yeah, this is our driver. Guy in the grass, gray jacket. Stand up.
I got it, Brett. Yeah. Keep coming. Keep coming right back. Stop.
Driver's side passenger. Step out of the vehicle.
What's up, boss? Is there a reason you're driving so fast? I'm sorry? Alright, your top speed was 106. You have your driver's license with you? Okay. Congratulations. What's that? How old are those kids back there? Okay, you're under arrest for the super speeder law. You hit 100 miles an hour.
I was just trying to get around them.
Yeah, I know you were, and that's a violation of the law.
Sir, I'm so sorry. Please don't
It's a misdemeanor.
do that to me today.
Your driver's license? You're driving like that with your young kids in the back. That's ridiculous.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I know you're sorry now because you got caught. Understand, when you come into Volusia County, we have a zero tolerance policy for super speeder. You've gotten your court date released roadside. If you get caught doing that again, you're going to be going to county jail, okay? And your car will be going to impound. All right. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. Drive safely. Thank you.
Why are you speeding so fast?
I'm trying to get to my.
Step out of the car.
By Main Street Bank.
Main Street Bank.
Yeah, it's right there. I'm talking to my girlfriend.
Hang up the phone.
I don't want to hang up the phone. Babe, I'm getting arrested.
Do you know how fast I got you?
No, I do not.
You were going over 120 miles per hour.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
She's signal one. She was going way over 120 miles per hour.
I saw it when you said 472. I was like, oh, it's gonna come this way.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you're not in any trouble. Just step out. These gentlemen are just with me. They're not. Hey! 1 X-ray, 32 Central 12F. That red pickup truck. Pulling over now. Don't stop. Show me your hands! Show me your f***ing hands! Show me your hands! Step out of the vehicle, do it now! I'm gonna pop in this car right here. Hey, fellas, good place, good time, man. Of course. Appreciate y'all.
Hello. My name's Sergeant Blum with the Sheriff's Office. Any reason why you're speeding at 98 miles an hour in a 65 mile an hour zone?
I'm sorry.
No reason at all? Okay, do you have a registration proof of insurance?
No, this is a rental.
Okay, do you have the rental agreement?
Yes, sir.
So who sprayed all the stuff in the car?
Sprayed what?
Anything.
I didn't spray nothing.
You smell like women's perfume mixed with weed.
I put on Versace earlier.
You don't have an ID with you? How old are you?
I'm 15.
How old are you?
15.
15. No medical marijuana cards, no hemp products, no
That was some of the body camera video showing the interactions between officers and some of those suspected speeders, several of which, as you heard, were arrested or at least cited under the new super speeder law, which has much stricter penalties for breaking that law. Let me give you a live look right now. President Trump arriving in Paris. He left the G7 summit once it concluded earlier today, held a news conference where we heard from him. He is now arriving in Paris, where he's going to meet with Emmanuel Macron. They are going to spend some time and have a dinner at the Palace of Versailles. Let's go ahead and I'm going to pull up the audio here as he gets off of Air Force One.
We had an amazing day, and now we're going to Versailles for dinner with some of Europe's great people, and we'll see how that works out. I think it'll be very good. The president will be there with Madam, and I think we're going to have a good time. The press conference seems to have gone well. You shot your load pretty much, Steve, right? Pretty much. But going well. Seems like the agreement's very well undertow. Are you coming to Versailles with us?
Yes, sir.
I hope. I'm going to try and get you to do the tour because honestly, it's unbelievable. Say it?
Did you see the Fed decision? They held rates today. Did you see that?
It's all right. Whatever.
And it looks like they might even raise them later this year. It's not clear. Do you have any comment?
It could happen. I mean, it's hard to believe. It just keeps a country down, you know. So it's so unusual. But we have a very good guy over there now, so I'm guided by what he wants. Was this his first time? Yeah, I don't know. I saw a statement. It just came out.
Do we have any clarity on when the deal will be signed, when the memorandum
over the next, I'd say 48 hours.
48 hours, and the 50 band?
I'd say 48 hours.
Still in Geneva?
We haven't determined yet. It's in final form. We haven't determined.
How long will you leave the U.S. military in the Gulf?
What?
How long will you leave the U.S. military in the Gulf?
It's a good question. We haven't thought of it. We're really probably a while. It's a good place to stay. The question was, how long will you leave the military in the Gulf? I would say a little while. See how it all goes. I think it's going to go well. But we'll see. So I will see you guys at Versailles.
Can I follow up quickly on something you said in the press conference? You said you don't mind Iran having ballistic missiles. Can you elaborate on that? I want to make sure we understand your position.
No, I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some. A ballistic missile is not the same thing as what we're talking about when we talk nuclear. But if Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and they all have some, I would say in relative proportion, I think it's okay. That's what I mean. Okay?
Mr. President, how important is it in the MOU, which just came out, that Iran commits not only to not pursue nuclear weapons, but also resolve the nuclear test?
It's great. Much less important, because it's very hard to get at that. I don't think anybody could get at it. We could get at it with great work and a lot of time. But the B-2 bombers and those great pilots, now you understand they did their job. So much less important than not having a nuclear weapon.
So what are you expecting tonight at the dinner? Is this kind of part of a long farewell to President Macron?
No, not really for that. I think he's just honoring our country. And you have the biggest people from Europe, great people. You might have a list. You have a list of the people? Very impressive group of people.
There was a hot mic moment at the G7 where the Canadian Prime Minister was talking to you about their Chinese car cap, and you said you like it. Can you comment on
like
that?
What?
The cap that Canada put on Chinese car imports. You were talking about it with Carney.
Well,
what do you think of that?
I don't know that I said I like it, but I could understand that, yeah.
Is that a factor?
Cap? Would I rather see a cap than no cap? Yeah, I would. On Canada.
Would the U.S. ever consider allowing Chinese cars?
Well, we haven't. They pay over 100% tariff, so we don't have the problems that Europe has, or Canada.
How long do you hope USMCA negotiations or review go on?
Well, it's not something that's, to me, I think it's better without it. I mean, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of it. I liked it because it got us out of NAFTA. In other words, after 6 years, you had a clause that got us out of NAFTA. That's the thing I liked about it most. We do better without an agreement.
Do you want to just leave it enrolling?
I would rather leave it unsigned. I'd rather have it terminated.
You'd rather have it terminated? Oh, those are different things, sir. I just want to be clear.
I would rather not have the agreement, but I may sign it.
Right.
But we do better as a country if we don't have an agreement.
So are you thinking of...
Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe we won't be able to make a deal. I would rather not have the USMCA. The primary reason I wanted it was because there was no way out of NAFTA, which was the worst trade agreement ever made, like ever. And they had no termination. And it was very hard to get USMCA for that reason. And I had a 6-year clause. Who would have thought I would have been here in the 6 years? They got it 6 years because they hoped I wouldn't be here. My term was supposed to be over with. So on top of everything else that comes to, I would prefer not having an agreement, but I'm open to doing it. We'll see what happens.
So as of now, it's just going to stick around for 10 years. You're okay
We're not.
with that?
No, it's not sticking around. It'll be terminated. In other words,
after a decade.
It expires.
Yeah, in a decade.
It expires. Yeah. I prefer that.
In the first paragraph,
I view it as possibly expiring immediately.
in the first paragraph of the Iran memorandum, it says no use of force, but also no threat of the use of force. It talks about bombing Iran if they didn't comply. Is that a threat? Would the Iranians see that as?
If they don't come through, is it a threat that we bomb? You can call whatever you want, but it'll probably happen. Thank you. I will see you at Versailles, and you're going to go back and tell the New York Times you're going to change your whole way of life. Okay.
Do you see the 60 days as a hard deadline for final agreement?
No, I don't. No. It could take longer.
So you could extend.
You could extend this phase.
I don't view it as hard, no.
You don't think of it as a hard deadline? For
just as long as they're behaving, I really don't care that much.
Did you talk to leaders about Greenland, sir?
About who?
Greenland? Did you talk about Greenland?
No, we didn't discuss Greenland.
Not at all?
I should discuss Greenland, but we didn't.
Does Ukraine now have the advantage on the battlefield? What's the situation?
Well, they're doing pretty well. Russia's a big country, much bigger military, but they're doing pretty well. They're holding their own. They have great equipment with our equipment, don't forget, but they're doing pretty well.
Are you going to send them any more U.S. military help?
Well, they pay for it.
Yeah.
I send it to Europe. Europe pays for it. NATO pays for it, unlike Biden, where he gave $300 billion worth of equipment away.
Sanctions on Russia. What are you going to do about that? Sanctions on Russia, like the oil waivers?
Yeah, I may put them back on. Yeah. I wanted to make sure that oil stayed as low as possible. Now that the oil price is way down, when you see those numbers, but it's way down, I may put them back on. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump taking questions from reporters after arriving in Paris. You heard some discussion about the Iran deal, heard some discussion about a trade deal as well. So a lot of things on the mind of the president and of the reporters traveling in the presidential pool there. Again, going to be heading to the palace at Versailles for a dinner with Emmanuel Macron, the French president. It's in commemoration and in honor, I should say, of America's 250th birthday and sort of a symbol of the friendship between France and the United States. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A special groundbreaking ceremony today in the city of Tampa, and the reason that I'm playing for you here in Orlando is because there is a belief among officials there that this is going to be transformational and bring in visitors from across the state of Florida and from around other places as well. This is a part of a three-phase master plan to transform Tampa's Hillsborough River waterfront into what they believe will be a compelling district. This is they're calling it the Manor Riverwalk District, and it's going to include retail. It's going to include homes, apartment homes, what they're calling a fully realized waterfront district in part of downtown Tampa's most prized corridor. And Mayor Jane Castor, a number of other officials speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony earlier today about what they believe this project will do for Tampa.
My name is Ron Melendez. I'm Executive Vice President with Related Development. I want to welcome you all for participating in this fantastic celebration. Groundbreaking events are particularly important to us developers. For starters, we recognize that not all developments make it to groundbreaking celebrations. So we take these particular celebrations very seriously, and we love celebrating and enjoying with the people who helped us get here. We purchased this property in 2022, and we purchased it with a fantastic vision of transforming a property that sat on the edge of the city of Tampa's downtown into the front door. What an amazing opportunity and tremendous responsibility that the Related Group takes on as we endeavor on this great venture. The city of Tampa has so many wonderful things going for it. It's a capital magnet. It has over 30 corporate headquarters who call Tampa home. Of those 30 corporate members, I believe there are another half dozen Fortune 500 companies that call Tampa home. This city is really hitting on all cylinders. It has everything every young person, older person would want to enjoy in a vibrant community. It has sports entertainment venues. It has great restaurants, great convention center space, great museums, an aquarium, and it's all within walking distance from where you're seated here today. And that's what makes this opportunity so special for all of us. Before I present or introduce three guest speakers, I'll be remiss if I don't thank the team members who helped get us here. For starters, I'd like to thank the City of Tampa, Mayor Castor and her team, City Council members. Thank you so much for your dedication and commitment to Related Group and allowing us to work collaboratively in making this endeavor occur. This project is over 6 acres of development. It's a massive development program. We're going to start with a 25-story tower containing 369 units and almost 20,000 square feet of retail space. True mixed-use development. And what we're creating here is a true unique Riverwalk district, a district that can be interwoven and patched together with all the other vibrant districts that come along with the City of Tampa. So it's not competing with, but it's supporting and adding value to. I also would like to thank Arquitectonica, our world-renowned architect who helped put this masterpiece together. Quite frankly, it is a new art piece in the skyline of Tampa that will be here for many, many years to come. And we're proud to work collaboratively with Arquitectonica. Gardner Brewer, our Land Use Council. Boy, what an interesting group of folks, and we really appreciate their leadership, their guidance. Thank you for standing there with us and getting this entire development approved. Very strong push on your end. Thank you very much for that. And I'd also like to thank Related Group and the developers that worked tirelessly. Their grit, perseverance, dedication to this project has been fantastic. Thank you so much for your commitment and your never-ending love, right? It's a labor of love for this project. And finally, I'd like to thank our equity partners, who is here today, Pankeel. Thank you so much for trusting in us, for being our partners, and really committing to the dedication that we have and seeing the vision that we see for this Riverwalk District. Thank you for being our partner. With that said, I'd like to turn it over to Steve Patterson, our President and CEO of Related Development, to say a few words.
Thank you, Ron. Well said. You covered a lot of bases. You're going to make this easy for me. So I want to do this short and sweet so we can get these jackets off and get started building something. But thank everybody for coming. Well, it means a lot to us to finally get going on this project. I remember it had to be 10 years ago, and we took George to show him a project that we built down the street. And he said, great, where do we go next? And he looks at the parcel across the street and then the one down the street, and he said, go find another deal. And Arturo came back and he found 4 deals. And I said, George, you asked for 1, how about 4? And I want to thank you and John Paul for your vision. This is an ambitious project. It's $800 million. It's 1,200 units, 50,000 square feet of retail. We're creating a little village here, and that's what Related does. We don't just build buildings. I know I've said this to you, many of you before, but we're placemakers, and it's good business, and it's good for our residents, and it's good for the cities that we work in. So we're looking forward to getting started. So I want to ask one question. Who knows what a WRNF is? Arturo, you can't answer. Okay. Well, of course, our real estate attorney knows the answer as well. So, or who can pronounce WRNF, because I'm not even sure if I do correctly, but a WRNF is a very pedestrian-friendly, park-like street that's activated with entertainment, restaurants. Parker Street is going to become a WRNF. And it's going to become, that's going to become the heart and the soul of this whole Riverwalk district. And that turns with the first project. The Flats is the first of 4 buildings. It's the keystone to the project. It gets everything started. And we're going to build a lot of buildings with Pankeel and hopefully Balfour Beatty too. Guys, this is, I think, our 5th or 6th project together. We just keep getting it right together, so let's keep doing it. I think the contract hasn't been signed, but I'm sure you're on that, right? Okay. But we're close. We're close. So again, Mayor, thank you for all your support in the city. I want to thank Chris Hernandez, who's been working on this. Of course, Arturo, who actually sourced this deal for us. I think he found it in a city hall meeting, or maybe he was in court. I don't remember what he was doing, but he bumped into somebody. And they said, yeah, we happen to have 6 acres. So that was a great find. And then, of course, Ron, for all your hard work and leadership for the team. I believe, are you going to introduce the mayor? Okay. Come on up. So Ron's going to introduce the mayor, and I think we're going to have her come give us a few words, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, Mayor Kastner, please come join us. Yes.
What an exciting day this is. I want to recognize the chair of our city council, Alan Clendenin, who is here as well. You know, everything we do in this city is a collaboration. And one of the things that people always talk about, you know, legacy and things. What do you want to be remembered for? And I remember an old chief that I worked for, and when they asked him that, he said he wanted to be remembered for about 5 minutes after he cleared the door. But I think that the legacy here for our city is that the mayors who have built upon the work of the previous mayors and city councils in collaboration. And so I want to take a round of applause for Bob Buckhorn for really bringing
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor speaking at this groundbreaking earlier today in Tampa for that mixed-use district that's going to be there and along the Hillsborough River. Give you a live look right now as we wrap up our time together here on Fox 35 News Plus, waiting the arrival of President Trump at the Palace of Versailles, where he's going to be having a dinner tonight with Emmanuel Macron. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Stay tuned.